Chapter 94. It's a little late to post the 7,500 chapters. I wish you a speedy recovery. During the days when Zhong Xiaofeng was hospitalized, Zhong Yongming had heard too many such words on the phone or in this ward. The son of the top leader of Huading was disabled. Too many people couldn't wait to express their concern. Which of those people who struggled in the system was not a real actor? His words were really sincere and warmed people's hearts. No matter on the surface or inside, there was no fault to be found. But when Li Tianlan knelt in front of the hospital bed and said this again, Zhong Yongming didn't feel hypocritical. Between the lines, what he heard from Li Tianlan's mouth was genuine sincerity and apology. How shrewd did he have to be able to do this? For a moment, the hair on Zhong Yongming's body stood on end. Looking at Li Tianlan kneeling in front of the hospital bed and seriously saying sorry and wishing him a speedy recovery, Zhong Yongming's heart became colder and colder, and the killing intent in his eyes became more and more naked and undisguised. From those sincere apologies, Zhong Yongming didn't hear any shame, anger, or unwillingness. Li Tianlan was kneeling on the ground and looking up at Zhong Xiaofeng on the hospital bed, but at this moment, Zhong Yongming felt that he was still standing straight and looking down at them. This feeling was subtle and obvious, but it was real. At least, Li Tianlan's kneeling did not bring Zhong Yongming pleasure, but strong uneasiness and fear. This young man's mind was too secretive, and he was also too patient. It was the first time Zhong Yongming had seen a person who could kneel under pressure and still be so calm. Not to mention anything else, just his unfathomable shrewdness alone would be enough to cause him big trouble in the future if he succeeded. Child Zhong, I'm sorry. I wish you a speedy recovery. Over and over again, Li Tianlan said it 10 times seriously. Then he turned his head, looked at Zhong Yongming, and said with a smile, Secretary Zhong, can I get up now? Zhong Yongming became more and more agitated. In any case, this young man must not be kept alive. Letting him go today was almost like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. Given a little time, who knew how far he would grow? Should he kill him at the risk of becoming enemies with Zhuang Huayang and Dongqing Wudi? Dongcheng clan. Academics. Judging from the trend in the next 2 years, it was almost impossible for the Prince group to live in harmony with them. However, the game between groups and personal grievances were completely different. Thinking of Dongqing Wudi and Zhuang Huayang, Zhong Yongming hesitated, but on the surface he remained indifferent and dignified. Keep kneeling. Dongqing Wudi obviously frowned. Before he could say anything, Qin Weibai, who was staring at Zhong Yongming, suddenly broke out. Her voice was still cold and pleasant, but it became a little sharp. Zhong Yongming, don't be so shameless. Reconciling with you today doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. At worst, I won't stay in Zhongzhou State anymore. Outside the country, he can also enter the invincible realm. Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? She took a deep breath. Her expression did not change, but her tone became sharper. At this moment, Qin Weibai did not have that dazzling, dreamy look, but her whole person showed a kind of craziness and arrogance to protect her man at all costs. The two states were completely different, but they were both peerless in beauty. Zhong Yongming, you don't give me face, so I don't have to give you face. In Zhongzhou State, I can't afford to offend you, but now I will say it only once. Help my man up from the bed of your useless son and apologize to him. I will count to 3. If you don't do it, the whole samsara will immediately go to war with your prince group, and it will not stop until one of us is dead. 1. Everyone, including Dongqing Wudi and Zhuang Huayang, changed their faces dramatically. This was no longer pure madness, but true hysteria. She would not stop until the prince group was dead. No one would doubt Qin Weibai's words. Qin Weibai had been in Huading for 5 years. Although she was not famous, people who knew her knew that Boss Qin always kept her word. Moreover, what happened on Mount Dibing in Beihai had also spread in Zhongzhou State. The master of Samsara Palace dared to fight with Sword Emperor Wang Tianzong of Zhongzhou State with serious injuries for her sister. She regarded the Wang family of Beihai and the Southeast group as nothing. Why didn't she dare to go to war with the Prince group? Samsara's industry in Zhongzhou State was extremely limited. When it was lost, the master of Samsara Palace, with a murderous weapon Blue Sky Underworld, would directly enter Zhongzhou State with the 12 supermasters and fight with the prince group to death. At that time, the whole Zhongzhou State would face a shocking change. And in such a grudge, not to mention what the Wang family of Beihai would do, even their closest ally, Kunlun City, might not do its best to help them. From the perspective of the whole Zhongzhou State, if the prince group suffered heavy losses, the current ruling group, the academics, would also be to blame. Are you threatening me? Zhong Yongming became furious after his face changed dramatically. He looked at Qin Weibai and asked in a cold tone. Qin Weibai ignored him and spoke again. Her cold and pleasant voice echoed in the ward, but it was like a curse of death and doomsday. 2. Zhong Yongming looked hesitant. If what Qin Weibai said was true, once the Samsara Palace fought with the prince group to death, he might become a sinner of Zhongzhou State, not to mention anything else. A superpower that could have maintained a good cooperative relationship with Zhongzhou State became enemies because of his son. Even a director giant could not afford such a consequence, not to mention that he was a member of the decision-making committee. If things really got out of hand, no matter what happened to Samsara and Zhongzhou State in the future, he would have to bear the consequences. It would be a light punishment to be dismissed on the spot. 3. Qin Weibai strode forward. Her high-heeled shoes tapped on the floor of the ward firmly and crisply. Gu Changjiang, the director of the Huading Special Operations Bureau, who was completely confused by Qin Weibai's fierce reaction, finally reacted. He stepped to Zhong Yongming and said in a cold tone, "Boss Qin, you want to betray Smack?" Qin Weibai slapped Gu Changjiang directly in the face and said coldly, "Get out." The whole ward was quiet in an instant. Everyone had the same feeling. Qin Weibai, the spokesperson of the Samsara Palace, was completely crazy. Qin Weibai. Gu Changjiang covered his face. His face was unprecedentedly gloomy and ferocious, full of killing intent. Qin Weibai didn't even look at him. She took out her mobile phone and began to make a call without any hesitation. Zhong Yongming stared at Qin Weibai's fingers, and his expression changed. In any case, he could be regarded as the leader of Zhongzhou State. How could he apologize to Li Tianlan because of a threat when his son was disabled? He couldn't do this even if he died. Samsara had just destroyed Night Spirit. At this time, the master of Samsara Palace had a murderous weapon in hand, and the 12 supermasters were all loyal and strong. Now Samsara was indeed trying to win them over before finding out their details. But no matter how hard they tried, as a member of the decision-making committee, he would not apologize to the lover of a spokesperson of Samsara Palace when he was in the right. This was about the dignity of the entire Zhongzhou State, even if it was a war. Zhong Yongming took a step back, pulled Li Tianlan up, and said in a deep voice, "Enough." Dongqing Wudi took a step forward in time and said, "Boss Qin, forget it. Everyone is here to solve the problem today. No one wants to make things worse, right? How about we each take a step back?" Li Tianlan didn't say anything. He just came to Qin Weibai, reached out to take the mobile phone in her hand, touched her hair, and shook his head slightly. Qin Weibai, who had been arrogant, suddenly calmed down. She just looked at Zhong Yongming coldly and said nothing. Obviously, she was waiting for Zhong Yongming's statement. In this situation, even Dongqing Wudi was a little jealous. Li Tianlan had obviously become Qin Weibai's reverse scale. If he touched it, she would be furious. Such a peerless beauty protected him at all costs. How could this boy deserve it? How could he deserve it? Comrade Yongming, Tianlan has expressed his apology. How about we each take a step back and let bygones be bygones? Dongqing Wudi glanced at Zhong Yongming and said calmly. Although Qin Weibai's rage made everyone a little embarrassed, the following negotiation was much easier. I will make trouble for him within 2 years. Zhong Yongming's tone was cold. In 2 years, the dust of the midterm election would settle. The rising Samsara Palace would presumably merge into the dark world again and be constrained by the superpowers. He would be one step closer then. And most importantly, even if Li Tianlan had grown in 2 years, he wouldn't be too terrible. At that time, he would deal with Li Tianlan as a giant of the decision-making committee. Who could protect him? 2 years. Dong Chengwudi thought for a while, looked at Zhong Yongming, and said seriously, "Really?" Zhong Yongming nodded with no expression on his face. He knew very well that it was difficult to go back on what he had promised in front of Dong Chengwudi and Zhuang Huayan. Within 2 years, even if he did something, he would never let anyone find out the evidence. In that case, Comrade Yongming, take good care of the patient. Goodbye. Dong Chengwudi nodded and shook hands with Zhong Yongming to say goodbye. Go. Where can you go? This woman slapped me. Are you just going to let it go? A cold and gloomy voice rang out, sounding somewhat deranged. Everyone in the ward frowned at the same time. What do you want? Dong Chengwudi glanced at Gu Changjiang and raised his eyebrows slightly. He was the marshal of Zhongzhou State and a member of the decision-making committee. In terms of rank, only Zhong Yongming could be on an equal footing with him in the whole ward. Gu Changjiang was just a lieutenant general. Even if he was a lieutenant general who enjoyed the treatment of a governor, Dong Chengwudi did not take him seriously. What do I want? Gu Changjiang sneered, his eyes ferocious. Marshal Dong Cheng, I'm the director of Huading's Special Operations Bureau of Zhongzhou State. Here, I represent the face of Huading Special Warfare System. He patted his face and said in a colder tone, and now, my face has been slapped by a foreign force. Marshal, as the commander of the Border Praetorian Corps of Zhongzhou State, you asked me what I want. What's your position? Dong Chengwudi frowned and said indifferently, Boss Qin is a friend of Zhongzhou State. A friend? Gu Changjiang straightened up and sneered. I don't think so. Why go back? I'll write a report and submit it to Kunlun City. I think Qin Weibai has a serious tendency to commit treason. I'll question your political position and the political position of the Sky Academy to Kunlun City. Why does Kunlun City like to label others as treason? Li Tianlan suddenly asked in a serious and calm tone. Gu Changjiang was slightly stunned, but he did not think much about it. He just said coldly, What? You want to speak for people who have a tendency to commit treason? Are you qualified? Or do you also want to commit treason? Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes and said calmly, You don't seem to be qualified to pronounce us guilty of treason, do you? Qualified? Gu Changjiang's smile was cold. In Huading, if I say you commit treason, you are a traitor. I know you, a genius with wind and thunder veins in this year's Sky Academy. From the standpoint of a senior, I advise you to correct your position. You'd better stay away from the woman around you. In the dark world, no one dares to fight against Zhongzhou State, let alone threaten Zhongzhou State. So what if the master of Samsara Palace is strong? Is she stronger than Li Kuang-tu, the traitor 20 years ago? When Li Kuang-tu attempted to defect to Annan State, wasn't he killed at the border? If the master of Samsara Palace dares to come to Zhongzhou State, she will end up the same. Li Kuang-tu. This name had shrouded the high-level political life of Zhongzhou State like a dark cloud for many years. No matter people's impression of him was positive or negative, it was undeniable that he was indeed a rare genius in Zhongzhou State in the past 100 years. He practiced the peak chapters of the map of God of War and entered the Invincible Realm at the age of 35. When he just entered the Invincible Realm, he ranked among the top 5 on the Divine List. He defeated Xue Qingming, a veteran expert of the Invincible Realm in Jade Pool, with 3 moves. Gu Xingyun, who entered the Invincible Realm at the same time, could not hold on for more than 3 minutes. He had a sword discussion with Lu Xingwuji, the master of sword of East Island, and a battle with a giant of the Vatican. All these deeds showed that if Li Kuang-tu was still alive, he would be a peerless expert who was most likely to compete with Wang Tianzong for the first place on the Divine List. Similarly, this was also the strongest traitor that Zhongzhou State had killed in decades. He had been dead for many years, but his martial arts still existed in the dark world. In the past 2 decades, few people could surpass him. The Samsara Palace was indeed in the limelight now. Even the high-level officials of Zhongzhou State had to show a certain degree of goodwill to maintain their relationship with the Samsara Palace. But showing goodwill did not mean fear. Qin Weibai did not know when to stop. Once the master of Samsara Palace insisted on going her own way, Would the whole Zhongzhou state be afraid of a superpower in the dark world? It was a joke. Once Qin Weibai's attitude was spread today, presumably many high-level officials of Zhongzhou state would slightly change their views on the Samsara Palace. At the very least, some powerful figures would knock Qin Weibai down while showing goodwill. Gu Changjiang's eyes flickered. Although Zhongzhou state was now trying to win over the Samsara Palace, Kunlun City quite disliked this organization that was getting closer to Zhongzhou state. In recent years, the Academy and the Samsara Palace had more and more cooperation, while Kunlun City and the Prince Group had a tendency to drift apart. Under such circumstances, the cooperation between the Academy and the Samsara Palace would only harm the interests and actual power of Kunlun City more and more. If possible, it would be better to destroy the Samsara Palace when it just became powerful. Gu Changjiang's mind was full of cruel calculations, but he did not notice that as he spoke, Li Tianlan's eyes had suddenly narrowed. No matter what, you can't kill Li Kuang-tu. What do you have to show off? Li Tianlan said calmly. Humph, in that battle, although I didn't kill Li Kuang-tu, among the thunder-shocking scripture experts who besieged him, I was the first to hurt him. As soon as I saw him, I pierced his back. Gu Changjiang was thinking about how to use today's event to change the high-level officials of Zhongzhou State's view on the Samsara Palace. When he was absent-minded, he heard Li Tianlan's words and spoke subconsciously without thinking. When he was halfway through, he realized something was wrong and suddenly looked up. In his sight, almost everyone was looking at him with strange eyes. Li Tianlan's eyes had completely narrowed, and there was a sharp, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Even his snow-white hair seemed to be burning, revealing a kind of extremely sharp sword intent. Gu Changjiang was shocked, but he calmed down instantly and felt a burst of chagrin. For the first time in decades, he was slapped in the face. The strong humiliation almost made him completely lose his mind. When he recalled what he had just said, he wanted to slap himself to death. There were some things that, even if he wanted to do, he should never say it. And how could he talk about Li Kuang-tu, the taboo figure, when he was so excited? What was wrong with him? He was impetuous. He was impetuous. Li Tianlan's voice continued to ring in his ears. Among the people who besieged Li Kuang-tu, you were the first to hurt him? His voice was strange and seemed to be trembling, and there was a kind of almost uncontrollable killing intent. Traitors deserve to die. Gu Changjiang took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said indifferently, Yes, traitors deserve to die. Li Tianlan chuckled. Traitors deserve to die. But who was the real traitor in the matter of that year? At this moment, Li Tianlan's mind was roaring, and the almost uncontrollable killing intent was surging wildly in his heart. Qin Weibai held Li Tianlan's hand tightly. Zhuang Huayang and Dongqing Wudi looked at each other, and there was deep worry in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Gu Changjiang had a flash of inspiration. A guess that he had never thought of directly appeared in his mind, and instantly became extremely clear. Li Tianlan's surname was Li, a genius with wind and thunder veins. Samsara appeared inexplicably many years ago. A leader of the academics had entered the southwest border several times. Dongqing Wudi took over Li Kuang-tu's position. Tribulation, the deputy governor of Sai City, suddenly appeared unexpectedly in the Sky Academy 2 days ago. Gu Changjiang's breathing became more and more rapid. He had never thought of this possibility before, but now that it appeared, everything seemed to make sense. Li Tianlan, was he the successor of the Li family? In his sight, Dongqing Wudi and Zhuang Huayang still looked calm. But this calmness was different in Gu Changjiang's eyes. The academics, the Dongqiang clan, Sai City, and the foreign Samsara Palace. If Li Tianlan was really the successor of the Li family, how many forces had he connected in such a short time? Gu Changjiang felt cold all over. There was the excitement of discovering a major secret, the panic of discovering the seriousness of the matter, and the joy of discovering the problem in time. He was glad that it was still early, and the key point of these forces, Li Tianlan, was far from growing up. Otherwise, when Li Tianlan entered the invincible realm, or even entered the thunder-shocking scripture, Kunlun City might face unprecedented challenges. Gu Changjiang's heart was beating wildly, but his expression was getting calmer and calmer. In any case, he had to tell the governor about it at once. He had to kill Li Tianlan at all costs. Once Li Tianlan died, the forces connected by him would naturally collapse, and then there would be nothing to worry about. I'll keep what happened today in mind. Gu Changjiang glanced at Qin Weibai coldly and said directly, "Goodbye. Let's go too." Li Tianlan took Qin Weibai's hand and said in a calm tone. They went out almost at the same time. Zhong Yongming, whose face was extremely gloomy, finally got up to see them off out of courtesy. They entered the elevator with their own thoughts, and the atmosphere was stiff. The elevator went straight to the first floor. Li Tianlan walked out of the elevator and suddenly said, "I need to go to the bathroom." Gu Changjiang took a deep look at him. He wanted to test something, but he was afraid of being suspected, so he simply turned around and left the hospital in a hurry. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Li Tianlan might be the successor of the Li family. As long as he had this guess, the following investigation would not be very difficult. It didn't matter whether he tested or not. He walked out of the hospital and got into his Mercedes-Benz. He immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed Gu Xingyun, the governor of Kunlun City. The phone was turned off. Gu Changjiang frowned slightly and dialed Gu Xingyun's secretary again. The phone was still turned off. The dark world was in turmoil, and the busiest one was naturally the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State. Gu Xingyun spent most of his time in meetings, so it was normal that he could not be contacted. Gu Changjiang was a little hesitant, wondering if he should call Gu Qianchuan to tell him about it. He thought for a long time and finally shook his head gently. He said to the driver in front of him in a deep voice, "Go to the airport. I'm going back to Yuzhou right now." The Mercedes-Benz started slowly and went straight to the airport. At the gate of the hospital, Zhuang Huayang, who was waiting for Li Tianlan to come back, was still holding Zhong Yongming's hand and smilingly asking him to visit the Sky Academy when he had time. Li Tianlan came back quickly. In less than 2 minutes, he walked from the direction of the bathroom to Qin Weibai and whispered, "Let's go." He politely shook hands with Zhong Yongming and said goodbye with an apologetic smile. He looked extremely sincere. They walked out of the hospital under Zhong Yongming's indifferent eyes. At the gate of the hospital, Qin Weibai, who had been holding hands with Li Tianlan, turned around and looked at Li Tianlan. She said reluctantly, "I'm leaving." Li Tianlan nodded silently. He hesitated and whispered, "How long will you be gone?" "About 3 months." "Soon," Qin Weibai said softly. 3 months. Qin Weibai went to take care of the master of Samsara Palace. It took 3 months to recuperate with the body of an invincible realm expert, which showed that the master of Samsara Palace was seriously injured. Li Tianlan nodded gently and said nothing. "I'm relieved to have my sister take care of you." Qin Weibai smiled and looked at Wang Yuetong beside Li Tianlan. Her tone was soft. Li Tianlan's scalp went numb. He could not figure out what Qin Weibai meant. He could only watch her get into the car and leave without saying a word. Flaming fire drove through the rain and went further and further away from Li Tianlan. In the rain, everything behind became blurred. The light in the car was dim. Qin Weibai's face looked paler in the dim light. She took out a bottle of mineral water from the car and took a sip. She said calmly, "Is Horsewoman's business done?" Flaming Fire said, "She's already on her way to the airport." Qin Weibai said, at the gate of the hospital. Watching Qin Weibai's car leave, Zhuang Huayang finally said with a smile, "You two little guys, will you go back to the Sky Academy with me now?" He pointed to Wang Yuetong and said meaningfully, "These 200 credits are yours now." Li Tianlan was silent for a moment and suddenly said, "Headmaster, Marshal, who can lend me a car?" After Qin Weibai left, there were 2 cars left. Dongcheng Wudi's black Land Rover and Zhuang Huayang's black Mercedes-Benz were both parked here. Dongcheng Wudi was stunned. He subconsciously threw the car key in his hand to Li Tianlan and asked in confusion, "What else do you want?" "I suddenly remembered that I haven't taken something. I'll go get it." Li Tianlan smiled and handed the key to Wang Yuetong. "Let's go now." We'll go back to the Sky Academy after we get it. Wang Yuetong obediently said, "Oh," and walked to the Land Rover, purely like a well-behaved little wife. Li Tianlan nodded to Dongqing Wudi and Zhuang Huayang, then turned and walked to the Land Rover. The Land Rover slowly started, pierced the rain, and gradually went away. This guy is really worrisome. Zhuang Huayang watched the Land Rover go farther and farther. He hesitated and said, "Follow him. Don't let him make any more trouble." In the passenger seat of the Land Rover, Li Tianlan's white hair was like fire, and he was as quiet as a mountain. "Senior brother, where are we going? Where are we going to take?" Wang Yuetong asked subconsciously as she drove the Land Rover, which was a little cumbersome. "We still need a head. Let's go get it now," Li Tianlan said calmly. He took out his mobile phone and dialed the number of Lu Shuyuan, the head of the Curtain Intelligence Organization. At the same time, in the hospital ward, Zhong Yongming also returned to the ward with his secretary. After everyone left, this top leader of Huading, who had been extremely indifferent throughout, suddenly looked a little tired. The strong Qin Wei Bai, the calm Dongqing Wudi, the smiling Zhuang Huayang, the quiet and frightening Li Tianlan. Even the cold Gu Changjiang's performance today was more confident than his. The situation was complicated. In the relatively transparent circle of politics, Zhong Yongming only felt mentally and physically exhausted. He returned to the ward silently. First, he glanced at the bed that seemed to be lifeless, then sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. The bed was quiet. Zhong Yongming, who took a deep drag on the cigarette, suddenly felt that something was wrong and suddenly stood up from the sofa. The bed did not seem to be lifeless. It was really lifeless. Zhong Yongming's heart sank. He quickly walked to the bed and lifted the quilt covering his son. In his sight, a large piece of smoking scarlet blood stained the white sheets, which was indescribably weird and horrible. Zhong Yongming staggered back a step and leaned against the wall. His eyes were ferocious and furious. On the bed, Zhong Xiaofeng was covered with blood, and he was already dead. A large amount of blood soaked his hospital gown, the bed sheet, and slowly dripped along the bed to the ground. Drip, drip. Zhong Xiaofeng's eyes were wide open, and there seemed to be some fear, anger, and unwillingness left in his dim eyes. Fresh blood flowed out of his entire body in an endless stream. Looking at his son's body, Zhong Yongming's lips trembled, but his heart was covered by an absolute chill. He gasped, and his eyes were filled with fear. On Zhong Xiaofeng's body, forehead, left and right heart, left and right shoulder, left and right thigh, abdomen, throat, there were a total of 10 stab wounds. Blood was dripping. That was to say, just after he left, someone came back to the ward and stabbed Zhong Xiaofeng 10 times in a row. It was a kind of downright cruel and vicious. Zhong Yongming suddenly thought of Li Tianlan, who left the hospital for 2 minutes and said he wanted to go to the bathroom. His eyes narrowed, and his fingers holding the cigarette trembled violently. In his decades of life, facing his son's body, his first feeling was not anger or hatred, but fear. A kind of fear that came from the soul. He didn't know what the 10 stab wounds in front of him meant. He only knew that in front of this bed, where even just a few minutes ago, Li Tianlan knelt here and said sorry 10 times in a row. 10 stab wounds. The wounds were ferocious. The dark red and mournful blood flowed down the bed. Every drop of blood seemed to tell Zhong Yongming that the young man could bear the humiliation he gave him just now. But he could also kill in the place where he couldn't see. He killed decisively. Zhong Yongming slowly sat on the ground against the wall and kept muttering to himself, "This beast, this lunatic, I really don't want to write this kind of chapter in the middle of the night." Although there are 2 chapters a day in Special Warfare, they are basically big chapters. 1 chapter can cover 2 chapters. So, I really try my best. Dear readers, if you can give me a subscription, just give me a subscription. I don't ask for a tip, just a subscription. A few yuan a month is enough. Chapter 95. Chapter 2. Try to be done before midnight. Coming out of the hospital, the downtown area of Huading was already stormy. The continuous rain for several days seemed to have entered the final outbreak period. The dense raindrops pattered on the car window, and everything in sight became more and more blurred. The wind whistled through the urban area, and the fallen leaves danced in the mournful and moaning wind. Looking at Huoding, which was raining all over the city, from the window, a particularly cold feeling came over them. The black Land Rover was parked on the side of the road. Li Tianlan sat quietly in the car, watching the wind and rain outside the window in silence. There was a crossroad in front of him, and the traffic was moving back and forth. The target vehicle had long since disappeared without a trace. Li Tianlan pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and smoked silently, waiting for the information he needed. The Liu family was indeed a good dog. No matter how strong their inner resistance was, at least the Curtin Intelligence Organization was useful. This intelligence organization had been developing in Huoding for decades, and its network had long covered the streets and alleys of Huoding. How terrifying was an intelligence organization that had absorbed the financial resources of a wealthy family for decades without expanding outward? It was no exaggeration to say that as long as the Liu family was still in Li Tianlan's hands, at least in Huoding, Li Tianlan would not be weaker than anyone in terms of intelligence. So even if the target was lost, Li Tianlan was not worried at all. He just needed to wait for the curtain to lock on again. "Senior brother, you want to kill Gu Changjiang?" Sitting in the driver's seat, Wang Yuedong tilted her head and looked at Li Tianlan. Her tone was complicated. She even felt that Li Tianlan was a bit abnormal. Who was Gu Changjiang? The director of Huoding's Special Operations Bureau, a lieutenant general of Zhongzhou State who enjoyed the treatment of a governor, could be said to be the representative of the special warfare system in Huoding. How could such a person be killed so easily? He deserves to die. Li Tianlan smoked and said softly, "Today is the best chance. If we don't kill him today, we may have to wait for a long time." He hadn't taken the whole Immortal series yet. At this time, his realm was still in the subtle state of one thunder-shocking realm and one chi-controlling realm. Before he recovered his peak strength, this could be said to be his strongest moment. He really didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity. Gu Changjiang deserved to be killed regardless of his identity or standpoint. Li Tianlan also regarded killing Gu Changjiang as the last battle for him to step one foot into the thunder-shocking realm. After Gu Changjiang's death, it was time for him to go back to the Sky Academy to cultivate himself. Was he the first person to injure my father out of the group of experts that had besieged him? Li Tianlan smiled, but his eyes were cold without any warmth. But Wang Yuetong opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopped on second thought. After knowing Li Tianlan's identity, she could completely understand Li Tianlan's killing intent. But Gu Changjiang was not an ordinary expert in the ice-condensing realm or the fire-flaming realm, but an expert at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. An expert at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm from Kunlun City was different from other experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. In the same realm, due to the difference in absolute arts and inheritances, there might even be a huge difference in combat power. Gu Changjiang's aptitude was relatively average. About 5 years ago, he broke through the stabilization phase of the thunder-shocking realm and barely entered the peak phase. Then he was transferred to the Huoding Special Operations Bureau as the director. It could be assumed that this was the peak of his life, and the possibility of him going further in martial arts was extremely small. But the key was that he was one of the hardcore confidants of Gu Xingyun, the god of war in Zhongzhou State. He had inherited all his unique arts. The name of Kunlun City had appeared in Zhongzhou State for only 20 years, but the Gu family had been one of the strongest martial arts forces in Zhongzhou State for hundreds of years. Their supreme unique arts, the 10 skills of true martial arts, were even said to be on par with the 24 moves of sword. Although Gu Changjiang's aptitude was slightly poor, he had inherited all the skills of Kunlun City, so Wang Yuedong was a little worried about Li Tianlan killing him. For a moment, she even hesitated whether to drive. Anyway, the idiot beside her couldn't drive. If she left the car, he couldn't do anything. "It's okay. Li Tianlong looked at Wang Yuetong and said slowly, I know what to do. The text message prompt sounded on his mobile phone. Li Tianlong glanced down, narrowed his eyes, and said, Go to Lanxiao Airport, faster. Wang Yuetong hesitated, but still stepped on the accelerator. She drove the Land Rover that she was not used to and went straight to the airport. At the same time, in the Liu family's manor, Liu Shiyuan, whose face was a little pale, silently sent the text message. After a moment of silence, he frowned and said, He wants to kill Gu Changjiang. Liu Tianjing, the old mayor of Huading, looked at the teapot in front of him, meticulously watched the fire, and said calmly, It has nothing to do with us. Liu Shiyuan glanced at his uncle with a complicated expression and said nothing. On the night Li Tianlong came to the manor, he was seriously injured by Li Tianlong almost as soon as they met. When he woke up from a coma, the Liu family had handed over their biggest secret, the Imperial Jade Seal. Everything had become a foregone conclusion and could not be changed at all. Of course, Liu Shiyuan was not reconciled to it. His brother and son were all killed by Li Tianlong, and now he had to be Li Tianlong's dog. Everything in the Liu family had fallen into Li Tianlong's control. In such a terrible situation, he was unable to resist, which was what made him most desperate. We have no choice. Liu Tianjing poured a cup of tea for his nephew with a poker face and said slowly. Liu Shiyuan was silent. He didn't blame his uncle for compromising. In the face of the survival of the whole family, the deep hatred in the past was not worth mentioning. It seemed humiliating and cruel to kneel and surrender to Li Tianlong. But under the circumstances, if they didn't kneel, they would die. Li Tianlong made it clear that he didn't mind dying with them. Under such an attitude, as long as the whole Liu family didn't want to die, they had no stand to uphold their dignity. This extremely rational approach saved the Liu family, but the point was, Uncle, what should we do in the future? Liu Shiyuan finally spoke in a bitter tone. Let's take it one step at a time. Liu Tianjing sighed deeply and looked a little confused. In the current situation, it was unrealistic to get rid of Li Tianlong's control, unless Liu Shiyuan could enter the invincible realm in one day and suppress everything with absolute strength. By then, even if Li Tianlong exposed the Imperial Jade Seal, the Liu family would have the confidence to deal with it. This was the only way, but it was also the most impossible way at present. Take it one step at a time. Liu Shiyuan smiled bitterly. Today, Li Tianlong asked for Gu Changjiang's whereabouts, and he gave it to him. Who knew what Li Tianlong would ask for tomorrow? As his demands grew, the relationship between the Liu family and Li Tianlong would become closer and closer. They were now an important part of Kunlun City, but Li Tianlong's identity would make him the mortal enemy of Kunlun City in the future. The Liu family would be caught in the middle. If they were not careful, they would be doomed eternally, and they wouldn't even have a chance to struggle. Be the master's dog and don't resist. This is the only way. A calm but seductive voice sounded and spread through the living room. Lu Dongyu came downstairs and looked at her grandfather and father, her tone calm. But the harsh word master instantly hurt Liu Shiyuan's sensitive nerves, and his face turned red because of extreme humiliation. He clenched the teacup in his hand and suddenly stood up. He looked at Lu Dongyu and shouted angrily, Do you want to be a dog so much? Don't forget that it was the so-called master you mentioned who killed your brother and your second uncle. Lu Dongyu walked down the stairs and stood quietly in the living room with a calm expression. Obviously, she had dressed up carefully. She wore light makeup, and her mouth was bright and attractive with lipstick evenly applied. She wore a light-colored sweater with tassels hanging on the chest, and the hem was tucked into a light gray narrow skirt. A pair of calves in black stockings had smooth lines, extending all the way down. She wore a pair of silver stiletto heels nearly 10 centimeters on her small feet. She stood there casually, but her figure was vividly reflected, mature, proud, and seductive. At this moment, Lu Dongyu's face was expressionless, but her whole body exuded a kind of beautiful and charming woman. She glanced at her father and said calmly, I haven't forgotten but does it make sense to say this now? Lu Xun looked at his seductively dressed daughter, and he was so angry that he blacked out and couldn't speak for a while. On the night Li Tianlan came, his baby daughter was the first to surrender to Li Tianlan. Everyone in the Lu family knew this. Although they all knelt in front of Li Tianlan in the end, there was still a gap between them and Lu Dongyu afterward. That feeling was like one was forced and the other was willing. Although the result was the same, the psychological feeling was completely different. Therefore, after Li Tianlan left, the relationship between Lu Dongyu and all the Lu family became subtle, and the father-daughter relationship with Lu Shiyuan even fell to the freezing point. Don't you hate him? Lu Shiyuan resisted the desire to slap his daughter in the face and said in a cold tone, "Hate." Lu Dongyu was stunned for a moment before she calmly spoke. As she spoke, a strange flush suddenly appeared on her face, and the black stockings wrapped around her narrow skirt slightly tightened her beautiful legs. She took a deep breath to ease the strange emotions in her body, but her voice still inevitably trembled a little with a kind of undetectable charm. "But I know my identity, and I can see the current situation clearly. You obviously have no capital to resist, but you still remember the past hatred and want to fight back and retaliate. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Lu Shiyuan couldn't bear it anymore and directly raised his palm. At the same time, Lu Dongyu raised her mobile phone and screamed, "If you dare to hit me, I'll call the master right away." Lu Xun gritted his teeth and breathed rapidly, but his hand in the air seemed to be frozen and couldn't fall at all. "Enough!" Lu Tianjing flew into a rage. He slammed the teapot in his hand on the tea table and roared, "Look at you now. Are you still father and daughter? Bastard! Sit down." Lu Dongyu sat on the sofa without saying a word. Her enchanting and charming face was tightly taut, and her expression was cold. Smelling the fragrance of his granddaughter's deliberately sprayed perfume, Lu Tianjing became more and more agitated. He suppressed his temper, looked at Lu Dongyu, and said calmly, "Tell me what you think. Be a good dog. Only when the master grows up completely can we survive." The corner of Lu Tianjing's mouth moved, but he couldn't say anything for a while. When Li Tianlan grew up completely, when he entered the invincible realm, and when he could give the Lu family enough protection, even if they betrayed Kunlun City, they wouldn't have to worry about revenge and survival. But the premise was that they had to be at ease as a dog before that, and they had to wait until that day. Lu Tianjing wasn't sure that he could wait until that day without being exposed. Even if he was sure, it was hard for him to accept being a dog for Li Tianlan from then on. If hatred is really so important, why did you kneel down in front of the master at that time? Lu Dongyu's red lips twitched. She stood up and said coldly, "When the Lu family just got rich, weren't we the dogs of Kunlun City? Now I'm a good dog. At least my descendants still have a chance to be human." She walked quickly out of the villa in high heels, and her voice became colder and colder. "If you can't see the situation clearly, you won't even have the chance to be a dog. You can take revenge, but don't let me know, or I'll tell the master at once to prove my loyalty." She opened the door of the villa, and her seductive figure walked straight out of the villa. It was raining heavily outside. Looking at the rain falling from the sky, Lu Dongyu's eyes became a little blurred. She naturally hated Li Tianlan, and she even gnashed her teeth with hatred. But what no one knew was that on the night Li Tianlan left the Lu family, Lu Dongyu lay in bed, thinking about becoming Li Tianlan's dog. In addition to resentment, there was also a kind of extreme excitement in her heart that she couldn't understand at all. His strength, his overbearingness, his indifference and straightforwardness. The unscrupulous spraying of blood, the whistling and invincible wielding of the silver spear. Every picture seemed to be teasing Lu Dongyu's nerves. The strong man who made her hate his guts was fermenting in her body like poison, even making her body tremble violently. This feeling was very shameful, and Lu Dongyu even felt that she was a psychopath. But she just couldn't control her emotions. That night, she changed 3 pairs of underwear in a row, and even changed the bed sheets in the end, but she still couldn't control her emotions and body. That feeling was like taking drugs. She cried and slapped herself in the face, but that feeling was getting stronger and stronger, and it tortured her to the point that she was better off dead than alive. Lu Dongyu didn't know what was wrong with her. She didn't even dare to see a psychiatrist. The heavy rain kept falling from the gloomy sky. Lu Dongyu gently raised the corner of her rosy and delicate mouth, a little self-deprecating. Maybe it was just like what her lover in Kunlun City said. She was a slut, or the kind of slut to the bone. Her body stepped into the heavy rain, twisting her sexy and seductive body, and left directly. Out of the hospital, Gu Changjiang had been making phone calls. He called Gu Xingyun's secretary. The relationship between the internal personnel of Kunlun City was complicated. To the outside world, everyone was on the same side. But at the most critical moment, Gu Xingyun didn't dare to trust anyone, because his speculation was really of great importance. Once it became a fact, no one could imagine how big a wave it would set off in Zhongzhou State. There were so many things that could be used in this matter that Gu Changjiang could only choose to report to Gu Xingyun and let him get the first-hand information first. Since he couldn't get through the phone, he could only go to Yuzhou. In the back row of Mercedes-Benz, Gu Changjiang dialed the number again with his mobile phone. He hesitated and wondered if he should call the governor's wife. He turned the mobile phone in his hand, finally gave a wry smile, shook his head, and said to the driver, "Drive faster." Perhaps it was because of a big secret in his heart. Gu Changjiang was always a little uneasy and even a little uneasy, which made his originally calm mood become anxious. The Mercedes-Benz sped up a little. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror and suddenly said, "Director, a Land Rover has been following us for about 10 minutes." Gu Changjiang was stunned and subconsciously turned his head. In his sight, a black Land Rover with a military license plate followed him unhurriedly. Its purpose was unknown. Dongqing Wudi's car? Gu Changjiang's eyes narrowed tightly, and he was a little puzzled. What was Dongqing Wudi doing? He was a little hesitant. For a moment, he didn't know whether to stop or speed up. With the secret in his heart, he began to worry about gains and losses. Inside the Land Rover, Wang Yuedong looked seriously at the Mercedes-Benz in the heavy rain ahead and said softly, "There are no cameras in front. Senior brother, you must be careful." "It's okay." Li Tianlan rolled down the window, threw the cigarette butt out, and said calmly, "Speed up." Wang Yuedong hesitated and stepped on the gas pedal to the end. The black Land Rover engine roared, and the speed suddenly began to soar to the limit. In the back row of the Mercedes-Benz, Gu Changjiang's pupils shrank slightly. Feeling the fierce momentum of the black Land Rover, he said without hesitation, "Speed up and get rid of them." The distance between the two cars suddenly narrowed a little because of the acceleration of the front and the back. Li Tianlan's eyes were calm and demonic, and his white hair moved without wind. A large amount of sword energy spread in the car, and it was extremely condensed. 20 meters. Endless sword light flashed in Li Tianlan's eyes. In the high-speed Land Rover, his body suddenly moved, and his whole body directly broke the front windshield. The silver light flashed in the heavy rain. It broke the raindrops and tore the air. The human emperor became a sword, and the sword intent was like a rainbow. Li Tianlan held the sword with both hands, and his whole body seemed to turn into a sword light, rushing straight to the Mercedes-Benz 20 meters away. The 12th blade, glamorous, the fastest sword move in the 24 moves of sword. He was fast, and the sword was fast. He and the sword became one. In the heavy rain, everything retreated, and only a sword light flew sharply, with the spirit of a rainbow. The crazy raindrops slanted with the sword. The rain did not fall, but rushed to the Mercedes-Benz ahead. Gu Changjiang subconsciously narrowed his eyes. In the heavy rain, there was no man or sword. In the heavy rain, only the sword intent was whistling up and down, and only the sword light suddenly lit up. A distance of 20 meters. The sword light just flashed, and Li Tianlan's figure had directly landed on the roof of the car. A large amount of sword rain fell on the Mercedes-Benz, and the car sprinted hard in the sword rain. But Li Tianlan's whole body was already filled with thunder light, and the sword edge was full. Swish! The sword edge, covered with thunder light, pierced the roof, and the thunder light spread wantonly in the car. Li Tianlan's strength was firm, and the whole roof was completely destroyed by the sword. Li Tianlan's eyes were cold and crazy. The first thunder-shocking realm expert who hurt Li Kuang too. The core figure of Kunlun City. How could he not die? How could he not die? They all deserve to die. Li Tianlan's eyes narrowed, and the thunder light became more dazzling. He held the sword and stabbed it down again. Boom! There was a sudden roar on the highway. Gu Changjiang's car exploded in an instant. Fire, thunder, heavy rain, black smoke, and wreckage rolled in all directions in the airwaves. In the center of the explosion, Li Tianlan did not step back and raised his sword again. Ruthless, crazy, indomitable, and indomitable. The sword light had disappeared. Li Tianlan had disappeared. Under the curtain of rain, there was only a sharp light that was enough to tear the world. It tore the sky and the curtain of rain, ignoring everything and fearing nothing. That was the ultimate attack. No one and nothing could make this sharp light retreat half a step. Gu Changjiang was covered with sword light. His body retreated at an unprecedented speed, but the sword intent around him was getting stronger and stronger. This was the supreme unique skill of Kunlun City. The 7 style of 10 skills of true martial arts. 7 unique flowing lights. The sharp light in the center of the battlefield went all the way forward, sweeping everything. The clanging sound between heaven and earth shook the field. The wind and rain changed. When I draw my sword, everyone in the world is a nonentity. When I reach the peak, everything in the world is under my feet. The 15th blade. Samsara. This was the 15th blade in the Invincible Manual. For hundreds of years, the 15th blade only belonged to one person. In an instant, all the wind and rain disappeared, and so did the sword intent. Only that sharp gleam continued to spread out incessantly, as if it was the strongest martial will in several hundred years. Li Tianlan's figure appeared clearly, and then quickly blurred. A figure that was sharp enough to shatter the world appeared in front of Gu Changjiang. He was tall and slender. In the illusory environment, all the sword intent between heaven and earth seemed to be swirling and whistling around him. Blood, slaughter, a vast battlefield, mountains of corpses. He didn't move at all, but one scene after another appeared clearly in his mind. He was invincible in the world. No one could stand in front of him. No one could stop his sword. In a trance, it seemed to be another era. He wore a golden mask and stood with a sword, but he had an eternal majesty that dared to shatter the world. The 15th blade. Samsara. Gu Changjiang was scared out of his wits. No matter how many years passed, the dark world would not forget this figure, and no one dared to forget it. Even if the Li family had long disappeared. Even if Zhuanyuantai of Kunlun had long fallen. But this figure with a golden mask, his statue still stood in Zongnanhai, still stood on the stage of formidable person in Mount Dibbing of Kunlun North Sea, and even in Kunlun City. This was the ancestor who founded Zhuanyuantai of Kunlun and the 24 moves of sword. This was the Samsara of the Invincible Manual, the 15th blade that belonged to Li Tianlan alone. For hundreds of years, there had never been such a sharp edge between heaven and earth. The sword intent was chasing after the ancestor, a sword of Samsara. The heavy rain dissipated, and the illusory figure suddenly appeared and disappeared. The sharp light between heaven and earth condensed. Li Tianlan fell with his sword. All the sword intent broke out in an instant, as if the sky was falling. In the soaring sword light, the 7 unique flowing lights around Gu Changjiang were instantly shattered. The 20th blade. Shatter the firmament. The sword intent and unique skills that belonged to the ancestor. Everything was perfectly combined after hundreds of years of wind and rain. A sword momentum that seemed to shatter the world appeared and overwhelmed everything. The sword light swept through Gu Changjiang's neck. Blood rose to the sky with the sword intent. Li Tianlan grabbed Gu Changjiang's head and looked at his eyes, which were still open. His expression was calm. Bang! Gu Changjiang's headless body swayed, and fell to the ground. Li Tianlan dropped the head in his hand and crushed it with one foot. His essence, qi, and spirit turned from extremely strong to extremely weak. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly walked to the Land Rover in the rain. In the heavy rain, his voice sounded softly and firmly. "Give me some more time, and I will avenge you. I will avenge all of you soon. Chapter 96. Shortly after leaving the hospital, Dongqing Wudi and Zhuang Huayan's cars followed Li Tianlan. The black Land Rover in front of them was one of Dongqing Wudi's exclusive cars. It had a military positioning device on it, so Dongqing Wudi had always been far away from Li Tianlan. In the heavy rain, the two followed the Land Rover through the traffic, stopping and going. When the car went farther and farther away from Huading, Dongqing Wudi finally noticed that something was wrong. "What is this boy going to get?" Dongqing Wudi said in a doubtful tone. "This is not the way back to Yonghua Villa, is it? Not the way to use private cuisine either." Zhuang Huayang shook his head and frowned slightly. Li Tianlan's social connections in Huading were extremely simple. Apart from Qin Weibai and Yudonglai, he didn't know anyone else. Where could he go now? The distance between the two cars, one in front and the other in back, was about 800 meters. Dongqing Wudi followed them silently according to the location information. In the heavy rain, the Land Rover in front of him had already disappeared from his sight. Only the red dot on Dongqing Wudi's mobile phone screen was still flashing forward. "It looks like they're going to the airport to see Boss Qin off." Dongqing Wudi and Zhuang Huayang looked at each other and said softly. They couldn't blame these two big shots in Zhongzhou State for gossiping too much. They were really worried about Li Tianlan now. His potential was enough to satisfy and even surprise the Dongchang clan and the academics. But his ability to cause trouble was also a headache. If it weren't for the turmoil in the dark world this time, Zhong Yoming's revenge in private would be a headache even if he didn't do anything on the surface. Now that things had come to an end, Zhuang Huayang just wanted to bring Li Tianlan back to the Sky Academy. It seemed that it would be better to let him come out after graduation. Boss Qin will take off from Wudong International, right? There are few Blue Bridge International flights, and most of them are domestic. Zhuang Huayang shook his head and didn't quite understand. In a word, this boy has troubled you in the past few years. We are relieved that you will take care of him in Huading. Dongqing Wudi handed Zhuang Huayang a cigarette and lit one himself. He took a deep breath and said, "I'll try my best." Zhuang Huayang smiled and narrowed his old eyes. "The academy will support him." Dongqing Wudi nodded slightly and was about to say something when he suddenly said, "Why did it stop? Let's go and take a look." Zhuang Huayang's heart tightened as he said in a deep voice. The car instantly sped up and approached the Land Rover in front. The sound of a long sword clanging suddenly rang out in all directions. Through the heavy rain outside the window, through the carriage, it rang clearly in the ears of Dongqing Wudi and Zhuang Huayang. Their expressions changed at the same time. In their line of sight, the air in front of them did not seem to have changed at all. However, in that instant, the two of them could clearly sense that the seemingly motionless air seemed to have quietly tightened a little. The rain fell like a waterfall. A sharp light that shook the entire world suddenly appeared in the heavy rain. There was no thunder, no raging fire. There was only an absolute sense of danger left in the world. It was extreme madness and sharpness, a danger that could threaten any living being. Dongqing Wudi kicked, opened the car door, and rushed straight to the battlefield. He seemed to be desperate and fearless of everything. Zhuang Huayang followed closely behind. That indistinct, clear, and mysterious sharpness appeared in an instant and disappeared almost instantly. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The rain curtain became calm again. Wang Yuedong jumped out of the car almost at the same time and rushed into the rain curtain. She had not entered the fire-flaming realm. The heavy rain falling from the sky instantly soaked her, but she ignored it and rushed to Li Tianlan. Looking at his increasingly pale face, she asked anxiously, "Senior brother, how are you?" "I'm fine." Li Tianlan shook his head. Although he was injured, it did not affect him much. He had never seen the 10 skills of true martial arts of Kunlun City, but Kunlun City could not become the power center of the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State if it only had a conspiracy. So he did not underestimate Gu Changjiang from the beginning and went all out when he attacked. He used the 15th blade to reincarnate the ancestors' sword intent and the 20th blade to kill the enemy. It seemed to be 2 swords, but in fact it was 1 sword. The 12th blade approached Li Tianlan. The 15th blade began to accumulate power. The 20th blade killed the enemy. Everything happened in an instant. This was a real instant kill. All of his essence, qi, and spirit were concentrated in this sword, and he vented it out in the most thorough way, leaving no time for Gu Changjiang to react. If Gu Changjiang didn't die, he would temporarily lose his combat capability. At that time, he would be at Gu Changjiang's mercy. Li Tianlan coughed softly, and his eyes were like a deep pool, without any fluctuation. This was the most determined sword move of his killing intent. It was indomitable. In terms of state of mind, it was even more perfect than when he faced the attack of the black-robed man in the Sky Academy. In a trance, he seemed to have a new understanding of the invincible manual. The indomitable momentum that dared to break heaven and earth, make gods and demons bow their heads, and make all living beings kneel kept hovering in his heart, making his emotions and even his soul suffer. When I draw my sword, all things in the world and all living beings in the mortal world are like ants under my feet. Under my feet, the invincible manual, the 24 moves of sword, Zhuanyuan Tai's sword moved forward and tore heaven and earth apart. This was not just a simple momentum of martial arts, but a real spirit and even soul. In the heavy rain, the corners of Li Tianlan's mouth rose, and his smile was bright. The cold rain hit him, making him cold all over, but his heart was unprecedentedly hot. Starting from the beginning from the thunder-shocking realm, he found the meaning of recultivation for the first time. It was not a doubt about the realm, but an exploration of the purest martial arts. The cold wind and rain fell. Li Tianlan's eyes gradually brightened, and his smile was like a spring breeze. When this sword move was made, his heart seemed to be unprecedentedly comfortable. Let's go back to the Sky Academy. Li Tianlan took the initiative to take Wang Yuedong's little hand. In a short time, his state of mind seemed to be much calmer. He even reached out to pinch Wang Yuedong's delicate little nose and said with a smile, "What are you doing out here? Aren't you cold?" Wang Yuedong was happy and shy. Looking at Li Tianlan, who seemed to be out of character, her heart was in a mess. She coquettishly rolled her eyes at him, but did not know what to say. "Tianlan, how are you?" Dongqing Wudi rushed out of the rain at full speed, and the aura all over his body fluctuated violently. For a distance of hundreds of meters, he was completely desperate to rush forward. Now he rushed to the end, but he happened to see the scene of Li Tianlan pinching Wang Yuedong's nose. The god of massacre of Zhongzhou State suddenly felt a little bad. "Damn it, I came here at all costs. What did you show me? Marshal, why are you here?" Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows slightly, but he did not let go of Wang Yuedong's hand. Dongqing Wudi forced down his messy thoughts. After all, everything in front of him looked calm and affectionate, but the momentum just now could not deceive people. He turned his eyes, looked at the wreckage of the car not far away, and looked at the body falling in the rain, and his eyes suddenly froze. On the shoulders of the dead man, 2 golden stars representing outstanding military exploits were shining, and they still shone with a charming brilliance in the heavy rain. "Gu Changjiang?" Dongqing Wudi's pupils shrank, and he suddenly turned to look at Li Tianlan. "You killed him? He deserved to die," Li Tianlan said blandly. The corner of Dongqing Wudi's mouth twitched. After nearly 10 seconds of silence, he choked out a word from his throat, F***CK. He had just disabled Zhong Xiaofeng, and now he killed Gu Changjiang, one of the core figures of Kunlun City. This guy was simply a troublemaker. He turned his head, looked at Zhuang Huayang, who hurried over and pointed to Gu Changjiang's body with a silent face. Zhuang Huayang looked along Dongqing Wudi's finger, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. The atmosphere in the heavy rain suddenly became silent. Gu Changjiang died in Huading. He was one of the confidants of Gu Xingyun, the god of war of Zhongzhou State. His death was bound to make Gu Xingyun furious and even investigate to the end. All the experts who appeared in Huading during this time would become the targets of Kunlun City's investigation. If this matter was not handled well, there would be big trouble. If it was found that Li Tianlan killed Gu Changjiang, the consequences would be several times more serious than he disabled Zhong Xiaofeng. Fortunately, this place was relatively remote. During this time, no cars passed by, and few people knew Li Tianlan's current state. He should not be the object of suspicion of Kunlun City. This matter seemed to be done quite cleanly. Zhuang Huayang raised his eyebrows and suddenly said, "Have you got it?" "Yes." Li Tianlan nodded calmly. All the wreckage of the nearby cars floated in the heavy rain without warning. The seriously injured and unconscious driver, Gu Changjiang's body, and even the blood on the ground all converged toward the wreckage of the cars. Zhuang Huayang waved his hand violently. In the heavy rain, a fire, almost against the common sense of physics, lit up in the wreckage, burning more and more fiercely. Subtle but bright lightning flashed in the wreckage. In a short while, all the wreckage and corpses had turned into a pile of black ash, which was washed away by the heavy rain and instantly scattered on the road. "Go back to the Sky Academy." Zhuang Huayang, who destroyed the corpses, gritted his teeth, gave Li Tianlan a hard look, and turned away. He was so angry that he even forgot to say hello to Dongqing Wudi. "Why don't you hurry over? What are you waiting for?" Dongqing Wudi smiled bitterly and looked at Li Tianlan. The death of Gu Changjiang was bound to make the extremely sensitive situation in Zhongzhou State more sensitive. As one of the members of the decision-making committee of Zhongzhou State and the leader of the giant group, he needed to consider much more than Zhuang Huayang. After returning to the Sky Academy, be more stable. Put aside the things outside. Tianlan, the most important thing is for you to grow up, which is also what many people are looking forward to. Dongqing Wudi took a deep breath, looked at Li Tianlan, and said with gentle eyes, "Okay." Li Tianlan hesitated, nodded, and said sincerely, "Thank you, General." Dongqing Wudi waved his hand and turned to look at his beloved car whose windshield had been broken. His eyes became more and more helpless. Li Tianlan was also a little embarrassed, so he took Wang Yuedong's hand and ran away directly. In the rain, Dongqing Wudi and Zhuang Huayang, who had not gone far, rang almost at the same time. Dongqing Wudi picked up the phone and listened. His face changed, and he subconsciously looked at Zhuang Huayang. Zhuang Huayang's body seemed to stagger. He turned around and stared at Li Tianlan fiercely. His eyes were full of love and anger. He was really worried about Li Tianlan. Faintly, Zhuang Huayang's angry and aggrieved voice sounded in the wind and rain. "Tell me, what else did you do?" Dongqing Wudi suppressed his laughter and got into the Land Rover. He started the car and left quickly. The rain poured into the passenger seat through the windshield. The god of massacre of Zhongzhou State slapped the steering wheel hard and sang heroically against the wind and rain. Li Tianlan was already standing in front of Zhuang Huayang. In the face of the old headmaster's questioning, he subconsciously hummed and then said, "Oh, I went to the bathroom in the hospital and killed Zhong Xiaofeng. I said it was worth it for me to kneel down for his life." Zhuang Huayang was so angry that he felt dizzy. He said weakly, "I have a bad heart. What else did you do? Tell me. Don't let me hit you all at once, okay?" Li Tianlan? "Nothing." Li Tianlan shook his head and said honestly, "After going back to Yonghua Villa, I will go back to the Sky Academy with the headmaster. Don't worry, I did a good job on Zhong Xiaofeng. Zhong Yongming can't find anything." Zhuang Huayang shook his head with a wry smile. He knew that since Li Tianlan dared to do it, he had the confidence not to leave any evidence. But how would Zhong Yongming feel when facing his dead son? He had just promised not to trouble Li Tianlan within 2 years. But his son died in the blink of an eye. He was even stabbed to death 10 times. He couldn't get evidence, so he couldn't trouble Li Tianlan within 2 years. He suffered a great loss. Li Tianlan had set Zhong Yoming up. In the future, Zhuang Huayang shook his head subconsciously. What future? Now the top priority was to lock up Li Tianlan, the troublemaker. They sat back in the car. Zhuang Huayang started the engine and said calmly, Gu Changjiang shouldn't be killed. There are too many variables. There won't be any big problem with the Zhong family for the time being. One of the enemies who killed my father is in front of me. I can't bear it. And I also want to see if Kunlun City can show anything after Gu Changjiang's death. Li Tianlan sat in the passenger seat and said calmly, What's the point? I can understand that you want revenge, but you see this world too simply. You're simply childish. Zhuang Huayang shook his head and continued, Even if you enter the invincible realm now, even if you find out the truth of all the things that happened that year, and you know that Li Kuangtu was wronged, what will you do? Do you want to go directly to Kunlun City and kill them? Take revenge? Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes and listened to Zhuang Huayang's teaching in silence. There are rules in this world. Zhuang Huayang said calmly, Wang Tianzong, as the first on the divine list, went to Kunlun Mountain a few days ago. He could split Kunlun City with one sword, but no one died under that sword. This is the rule. No matter how strong you are, you have to act within the rules. If you have enough strength to destroy Kunlun City directly, even if you are reasonable, so what? What will the higher-ups think of you? Zhongzhou State will definitely try its best to suppress you. It's a dream for the Li family to restore its former glory. All countries have the same view on invincible realm experts. You can be uncontrolled, but you must abide by the rules. Otherwise, you will become a public enemy. Is Wang Tianzong strong? But if the 100,000 elite troops of Zhongzhou State surround Mount Dibing, how long do you think he, the first on the divine list, can hold on? For hundreds of years, few people who don't abide by the rules have a good end. He turned his head to look at Li Tianlan, and said calmly, You have to think clearly about when to do what. Now your biggest task is to grow up slowly. When you are strong enough, there will naturally be people waving flags and cheering for you within the rules. Force can't decide everything, but force is the route to solve everything. You don't have to care about anything else now. You just need to improve your strength. This is the only thing you can do. I agree with you, but not completely. Li Tianlan looked out of the window and said calmly after a moment of silence. Zhuang Huayang sighed softly and said no more. Outside the window, it was raining heavily. Li Tianlan's eyes were firm. This was a seemingly orderly world, but in fact, it was full of chaos. This was a circle full of gratitude and resentment, love and hatred and deception. Force, power, and wealth could all find their own positions, and they emitted different lights in this circle and finally formed a seemingly fragile but extremely stable balance. Some people attacked, some people defended, some people hid demons and monsters, and some people were ambitious and ruthless. The storm rose, the storm fell, and the storm settled. There was a bloody storm and a lonely scene, ups and downs, and all kinds of people were within the rules. In a sense, what Zhuang Huayang said was very reasonable. But throughout his life, Chapter 97. Yesterday, I was still saying in the readers' group chat that I would return to my hometown in advance to wait for news. I reckon it would only be a few days later. In the end, when I said that in the group chat last night, he left. I only came back in the afternoon. My mind is a little messy, and it's affecting my train of thought. There are still 2 more chapters today, but it will be later. I'll be busy for another day after the burial tomorrow, so the update will be later, but it won't be less. After tomorrow, I'll adjust it and fix a time for the update. At the moment, I should be missing a chapter, but I'll make it up in the next few days. I hope everyone can understand. I bow. Chapter 98. In the number 3 VIP room of Lanxiao Airport, the fragrance of tea wafted in the air. Qin Weibai sat quietly on the sofa with a teacup in her hand. Through the window, she looked down at the flow of people below the airport without saying a word. The entire VIP room was silent. Inside the crystal teapot, the soft tea leaves swelled and floated upward. The water was gradually boiling. Flaming Fire stared at the teapot in front of her intently. There was a hint of serenity in her eyes that she enjoyed very much. Horsewoman stood in a corner of the VIP room that was most suitable for protection and attack. Her tall and plump petite body stood straight, like a statue dedicated to her duty. Time passed slowly. Qin Weibai, who had been drinking tea in silence, did not change her movements, but the light in her bright eyes gradually became colder and sharper. The VIP lounge also seemed to be filled with a kind of pressure. It was not the sharpness and sword intent of martial arts, but a kind of aura that was emitted from the inside out. It did not make people feel dangerous, but it inexplicably made people feel nervous. Horsewoman moved her body uneasily. She wanted to say something, but finally chose to be silent. Among the 12 supermasters of Samsara, Horsewoman ranked 6th, even higher than Flaming Fire. In Samsara Palace, she was originally the supermaster who had the closest relationship with Qin Weibai, except for Flaming Fire. But now, it seemed that she was also the supermaster under the most pressure. It was all because of Qin Weibai's attitude toward her. The black-robed man attacked Li Tianlan at the Sky Academy. Li Tianlan's hair turned white instantly. Horsewoman did try her best to protect Li Tianlan, but Qin Weibai never cared about the process. She only cared about the result. And the result of this incident obviously made her impression on Horsewoman plummet. It was also because of this incident that their palace master led the 12 supermasters straight into Mount Dibbing after destroying Night Spirit and took Wang Tianzong's sword. They were seriously injured. Facing the Wang family of Beihai was originally outside the Samsara Palace's plan. In other words, if Horsewoman protected Li Tianlan, this incident could not have happened. The palace master was seriously injured. The boss was dissatisfied. In just a few days, Horsewoman's pressure could be imagined. The 12 supermasters of Samsara were not as close as brothers and sisters. They competed with each other. Except for Saint and Military Counselor, the other supermasters had their own thoughts and plans. For example, the contradiction between Duke and Flaming Fire was extremely acute. Before Flaming Fire joined Samsara, she was one of the great swordsmen of a certain Kendo sect in East Island. At the same time, she was also a famous Sakura ninja in East Island. At a high-level meeting of Samsara Palace, Duke once openly praised Flaming Fire's buttocks and face, saying that she looked like a popular actress in East Island. If Qin Weibai hadn't been tough enough to stop the tit-for-tat between them, they might have fought on the spot. After the incident this time, he failed to protect young Master Li. General, who was ranked 3rd among the 12 Heavenly Kings, even begged his boss to replace him, saying that he would protect young Master Li's safety. He called him young Master Li without even seeing Li Tianlan's face. His flattery was really shameless. This would undoubtedly put more pressure on Horsewoman. She didn't care where she was, but a supermaster of Samsara who left a bad impression on her boss would certainly not leave a good impression on the palace master. That was the most troublesome thing. Horsewoman breathed softly and sat in the corner in silence. This time she could go back to Zhongzhou State with her boss, but when she came back next time, Horsewoman was not sure whether it would be her or a general with the boss. Now she could only perform well and try to regain the boss's trust. How long will it take off? Qin Weibai suddenly asked in a cold tone. Horsewoman looked up at her watch immediately and replied, 2 more hours. Qin Weibai's shining eyes narrowed slightly, and she said calmly, 5 more minutes. As soon as she finished speaking, a gentle knock sounded on the door. In the VIP room, Flaming Fire, who seemed to be absent-minded, and Horsewoman, who was indulging in flights of fancy, suddenly focused their attention. Qin Weibai held the cup motionlessly, looking cold and aloof. Her whole person was showing a kind of dreamy pride and amazement. The knock on the door still sounded softly and rhythmically. Horsewoman, who was closest to the door, took a deep breath, gathered all her energy, chi, and spirit together, and walked over to open the door. A handsome middle-aged man, who was the closest to the door, took a deep breath, gathered all his energy, chi, and spirit together, and walked over to open the door. The man was in his early 40s. He was well-dressed, and his smile was natural and kind. But Horsewoman suddenly felt the hair all over her body stand on end. The other party's face was undoubtedly extremely handsome, but his handsome appearance did not give people the slightest feeling of comfort, because his gaze was too strange. It was a pair of very bright eyes, but in the twinkling of divine light, people could always read countless conspiracies and darkness from them. Standing in front of him, Horsewoman could not feel any sense of oppression from an invincible realm expert. All she could feel was coldness. In front of him, Horsewoman could only be vigilant and alert. "Let him in." Qin Weibai's voice sounded from behind. It was neither fast nor slow, calm and calm. Horsewoman made way with no expression on her face. Watching the man's body walk into the VIP room, she subconsciously got closer to Qin Weibai. For the behind-the-scenes master of Hanyu Palace in Huuding, she could never be too vigilant. Although today's meeting was sudden, in a sense, it could also be said to be the meeting of the number 2 figures of the 2 superpowers in the dark world. Qin Weibai, the external spokesperson of Samsara Palace. Jiang Qinyan, the number 2 figure of the Jiang family of South America. In a meeting like this, anything was possible. So Horsewoman's nervousness and vigilance at this time were completely out of instinct. "Are you waiting for me?" Jiang Qinyan walked to Qin Weibai and looked at the dreamy woman in front of him, who was like the most beautiful scenery. His eyes, which always flashed with darkness and conspiracy, seemed to soften quietly. In the eyes of different people, Qin Weibai seemed to always be different. In the eyes of those in power, Qin Weibai was the external spokesperson of Samsara Palace, who was below one person and above all others. She was cold, strong, and domineering. When a mysterious master of Samsara Palace was silent, Qin Weibai was the only will of the entire Samsara Palace. Among the supermasters of Samsara Palace, Qin Weibai was a clear and blurry figure. Everyone could see her, but no one could get close to her. She was sitting here, very close, but the feeling of being far away was unusually clear. In the eyes of the supermasters, Qin Weibai was not unattainable, but she was unreachable. She seemed to be unintentionally keeping a distance from everyone. In Li Tianlan's eyes, Qin Weibai was a woman who belonged to him. No matter in bed or out of bed, she was obedient to him, a woman he could desecrate and love at will. Relatively speaking, in the eyes of ordinary people, Qin Weibai was a calamity that could bring disaster to the country and the people. Such a woman was really pleasing to the eye, but she could only be pleasing to the eye and did not dare to have any other intentions. In the eyes of some relatively young big shots who had already stood at the peak, had power, force, wealth, and power, Qin Weibai was a goddess they dreamed of and wanted at all costs. Zhong Yongming's former spokesperson in the Gray Realm, Zhong Yuwei, was like that. Wang Xiaoyao, the Wang family of Beihai, was like that. So was Jiang Qinyan, the second in command of the Jiang family with the codename Black Hand, an invincible realm expert. For them, Qin Weibai, who was cold and dreamy, was simply the most fatal temptation. Her identity, her beauty, her temperament, her power, these were all things that were enough to make their blood boil and their hearts beat faster at the thought of them. She was the most perfect woman, a woman worthy of their pursuit by all means. Jiang Qinyan's first formal meeting with Qin Weibai was in Fog City 2 years ago, and that was the only time they met. The meeting lasted less than 10 minutes, but Jiang Qinyan seemed to be possessed. For 2 years, he spent a lot of time collecting all the information about Qin Weibai, her hobbies, her photos, and everything about her. She even proposed marriage to the Samsara Palace in the name of the Jiang family. As long as Qin Weibai could follow him, the Jiang family was willing to pave all the way for the Samsara Palace in South America and even lend the murderous weapon, the Legend of Qin, to the Samsara Palace 3 times. 2 conditions, each of which represented naked sincerity. As long as he could get Qin Weibai, Jiang Qianyan was even willing to pay more. His kindness to the Samsara Palace was quickly responded with a simple word: "Get out." This response came from Qin Weibai, and the entire Samsara Palace acquiesced at the same time. Jiang Qianyan didn't mind. Instead, he had a fighting spirit that grew stronger with each setback. No matter what, he had to get this woman, his goddess. Jiang Qianyan couldn't tell whether it was possessiveness or true love. The only thing he could be sure of was that he was willing to marry her and give her everything he had. If he couldn't get her after giving everything, he would completely destroy her. "I'm waiting for you to give me an explanation." Qin Weibai sat on the sofa and said flatly, "How do you know the black-robed man?" Jiang Qianyan looked at Qin Weibai's face seriously and asked seriously. There was a trace of fascination in his cold eyes that he didn't even realize. It was only when they were talking business that he could look at Qin Weibai's face seriously without feeling too much pressure. This woman was like a goddess in his heart. Most of the time, he could feel her overwhelming charm even through some photos. "Does it matter?" Qin Weibai replied without looking up, and her tone grew colder. "Of course it matters." Jiang Qianyan looked at Qin Weibai and said softly, "The black-robed man was a secret in the Jiang family. Many people knew of his existence, but after what happened that year, few people in the organization knew what the black-robed man looked like. It was incredible that Qin Weibai could recognize him just by looking at the black-robed man's body." Qin Weibai didn't speak. She held the teacup coldly, with a kind of pride that kept people 1,000 miles away. Jiang Qianyan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then he continued to smile and said, "Where are you going?" "At first, I thought you were going to Wudong International Airport to take off." Qin Weibai still said nothing. The location of the headquarters of the Samsara Palace was still a mystery in the dark world. The intelligence organization of Zhongzhou State was pervasive. Even if she wanted to go back to the headquarters, she couldn't go back directly in Zhongzhou State. There were direct flights to East Island from Lanqiao Airport. There, Flaming Fire, who was born in East Island, could make a proper arrangement to get rid of anyone searching eyes. Now the Samsara Palace was gaining momentum, but the palace master was seriously injured. They had to be more careful. What if I say the black-robed man is not a member of the Jiang family? Seeing that Qin Weibai didn't speak, Jiang Qianyan narrowed his eyes and said with a chuckle, "The body you sent over has nothing to do with me." "Little Bai, you can't prove it, can you?" He didn't like the feeling of being led by the nose, even if this person was the woman he wanted. From the moment the black-robed man's body appeared in Hanyu Palace, he knew that he had to give the Samsara Palace an explanation. But if he compromised so simply, what was the Jiang family? If he didn't provoke Qin Weibai verbally, Jiang Qianyan would feel a little uncomfortable. "Then you can go." Qin Weibai put down the teacup in her hand and looked at Jiang Qianyan with clear and cold eyes. "The Samsara Palace wants an explanation. Since you won't give it, we can only go and get it." Jiang Qianyan narrowed his eyes slightly. For the first time, his eyes finally recovered the fierceness and coldness of an invincible realm expert. His tone was still gentle, even gentle. "Little Bai, I'm afraid it's not so easy to get the explanation you want, is it? The Samsara Palace has just become powerful, and its strength is still weak. I know you are now close to the academics, but even in Zhongzhou State..." "Ha!" He shook his head slightly, and his eyes were playful. "Gu Changjiang, Gu Tonghe, Gu Yunqi, Gu Fengbua." Qin Weibai handed the teacup to Flaming Fire and calmly said 4 names. Jiang Qianyan's face remained unchanged, but in his narrowed eyes, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at Qin Weibai solemnly. "Little Bai, what do you mean?" Jiang Qianyan asked calmly. "Nothing." Qin Weibai shook her head and responded in a light tone. But Jiang Qianyan felt more and more uneasy. The 4 names that Qin Weibai said were famous throughout Zhongzhou State. Gu Changjiang was the director of the Huading Special Operations Bureau. Gu Tonghe was in charge of the Beijiang Special Operations Bureau of Zhongzhou State. Gu Yunqi was the leader of the Tibetan Special Operations Bureau. As for Gu Fengbua, his identity was even more prominent. 2 years ago, he went one step further in the Nanyang Special Operations Bureau. Now, he was one of the deputy governors of Kunlun City. He assisted Gu Xingyun, the god of war of Zhongzhou State, in handling the daily affairs of the special warfare system. He was Gu Xingyun's real right-hand man. For at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm, Gu Fengbua, in particular, was at the full closure of the thunder-shocking realm and had even touched the threshold of the half-step invincible realm. Kunlun City was full of talents and experts, but that was the power that belonged to the entire Kunlun City. The four generals under Gu Xingyun's command all belonged to his personal power. Jiang Qinyan had heard of the names of these four people. Just yesterday, he heard Gu Qianquan, the first elder of Kunlun City, mention them. The first elder, who had become more and more impatient in recent years to regain the orthodox status of Kunlun City, had secretly been in closer contact with the Jiang family in recent years. As the second in the Jiang family, Jiang Qinyan could naturally understand that the experts at the peak of the thunder-shocking realm mentioned by Gu Qianquan yesterday were the four biggest stumbling blocks on his way to power. Although he didn't ask for anything explicitly, Jiang Qinyan knew what he was thinking when he said the four names. As for what to do, Jiang Qinyan was still hesitating. He didn't expect that Qin Weibai would mention the four names before he made up his mind. How did she know? What else do you know? Jiang Qinyan asked in a deep voice. I don't know much, but it's enough to get an explanation. Qin Weibai looked at her watch, and a trace of impatience gradually appeared on her delicate face. Jiang Qinyan's gradually tense body relaxed again, and he chuckled. I don't think it's enough, little Bai. There are some things you don't understand. Even if you really know something, I haven't done it yet. What can you do? What hasn't happened is no threat to me. Qin Weibai lifted the corner of her mouth with a faint smile. I know your Jiang family's wild ambition. You want to fish in troubled waters in Zhongzhou State, and even try to restore your former status. You stir up trouble in Huading. Do you know if others are active in other places? For you, there's a famous saying in the history of Zhongzhou State. Everyone in Zhongzhou State knows it. I think you know it, don't you? Jiang Qinyan's face was stiff, and he was silent. Victory is inseparable from Chuan, and failure is inseparable from Tai. Qin Weibai's slender fingers gently tapped the rim of the cup, and she said flatly, I heard an old monk say that there is a saying about accumulating luck. In metaphysics, there's a name called gathering dragon soul. Accumulating for a long time, one can achieve a dragon-like atmosphere and soar to the ninth heaven. In terms of feng shui, Dragon Gate Mountain in Tianfu Province is the head of the dragon. Tianfu Province should be the object you should pay most attention to, right? Second Master, is there a secret in Dragon Gate Mountain? If you want to create a dragon-like atmosphere, Tianfu Province and Sinan City seem to be your only choice. In the VIP room, the surging killing intent suddenly rose. Jiang Qinyan's face became completely cold, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Horsewoman and Flaming Fire were completely tense, and their hearts were already nervous to the extreme. Only Qin Weibai was still calm and collected. It's ridiculous. Jiang Qinyan suddenly opened his mouth, and his killing intent suddenly disappeared. He laughed at himself and said, We're laughing at Kunlun City, laughing at the Wang family of Beihai, laughing at these top families and forces that there will be internal strife and moles. But we didn't expect that in our Jiang family, there are also villains who will not hesitate to sell the family's core secrets in exchange for benefits. He took a deep look at Qin Weibai and whispered, The intelligence system of samsara is really amazing. I admire it. He paused and asked straightforwardly, Tell me, what does samsara want? I'm flattered. Qin Weibai said calmly, I have two requirements. First, I don't care what you want to do with Tianlan's death. Put it aside first. You must keep his identity a secret. Second, I want 2 places in the Jiang family. Which 2 places? Jiang Qinyan narrowed his eyes. It was easy to keep a secret for Li Tianlan. Now the situation in Zhongzhou State was chaotic, and the hidden dangers inside Kunlun City and the Wang family of Beihai were on the verge of breaking out. If he wanted to fish in troubled waters, he didn't have to use Li Tianlan now. On the contrary, knowing his identity would become a card in his hand. When the right opportunity came out, it might have unexpected effects. It was okay to keep a secret for him for now. The key was the two places Samsara wanted. Samsara, which had gotten the murderous weapon, gradually grew stronger. Did they want to take advantage of the situation to enter South America? Just two small places. Qin Weibai said slowly. Hanyu Palace in Huading. Mingwei Garden in Lin. My man's birth destiny has some small problems. These two places are very important to him. Jiang Qinyan's face changed and became extremely ugly. Hanyu Palace. Bright Moon Garden. These two places looked inconspicuous, but in fact, they were the two nodes for the Jiang family to gather the Dragon Soul in Zhongzhou State. Now the Dragon Soul had been mostly completed, and the luck of the Jiang family was booming. Only the Dragon Head of Dragon Gate Mountain in Tianfu Province was needed to take shape. At this time, although they could give up Hanyu Palace and Bright Moon Garden and choose two new nodes, it would be troublesome to do so, and the choice of nodes would be worse than that of Hanyu Palace and Bright Moon Garden. Have you heard of gathering the heavenly spirit? Qin Weibai glanced at Jiang Qinyan and took the initiative to ask. Jiang Qinyan's expression changed slightly, and he nodded. Gathering the heavenly spirit was also a name in metaphysics. It was different from gathering the dragon soul. Gathering the dragon soul was to gather the luck into momentum, creating a dragon-like atmosphere that soared to the ninth heaven. Gathering the heavenly spirit was to gather the luck to change one's fate against heaven's will. This was almost a taboo method that had touched the secrets of heaven. Those who dare to play this way would probably not end well in the end, or even be punished by heaven. My man needs these two places. Qin Weibai said calmly. It's about his fate and even his survival. Whoever doesn't let him live well, I'll let him die miserably. Hanyu Palace, Bright Moon Garden. I have to have these two places. As for the future, your gathering the dragon soul has nothing to do with me. To some extent, the civil strife in Kunlun City and even the Wang family of Beihai is good for me. Jiang Qinyan's eyes lit up slightly, and he said subconsciously, how about we cooperate? Qin Weibai glanced at him and didn't even bother to speak. Her refusal was extremely obvious. Well, I can promise you. Jiang Qinyan pondered for a while and said calmly, I will transfer the ownership of Hanyu Palace and Bright Moon Garden immediately. But this is not the Jiang family's compromise with Samsara, but my concession and contribution to my beloved woman. Your beloved woman? Qin Weibai said coldly. The woman you love is sacrificing for the man she loves. Don't pretend to be infatuated here. It doesn't make sense. I won't thank you because I deserve it. I don't need to thank you. Jiang Qinyan chuckled, but his eyes were burning with the color of madness. He stared at Qin Weibai's face. Other men can conquer you, and I believe I can too. One day I will get you. If I can't get you, I will destroy you and your man. I mean it. Qin Weibai took a sip of tea gracefully and said in a mocking tone, You can only say that now. There was another sentence that she didn't say and couldn't say. In a few years, what would you, Jiang Qinyan, be? Jiang Qinyan looked at Qin Weibai in silence. His eyes grew crazier and softer. You can go now. Qin Weibai's tone was proud and indifferent. Jiang Qinyan's eyes flickered slightly. For the first time, there was a trace of bitterness and jealousy in them. His figure slowly disappeared in the VIP room. Only his voice still echoed in the VIP room, light and melancholy. Everyone has feelings. It's better not to meet a beautiful woman. Qin Weibai looked at her watch, expressionless. Flaming Fire poured Qin Weibai another cup of tea and continued to be silent. Flaming Fire. Qin Weibai picked up the teacup and suddenly spoke. Boss. Flaming Fire's meticulous voice sounded, calm and respectful. It's really boring to be the palace master's sister, isn't it? Qin Weibai whispered. Flaming Fire's face changed, and she was silent for a moment. Chapter 99. This was yesterday's second update. Back to the Sky Academy, Li Tianlan, who had been drowsy all the way, finally managed to recover some of his spirit and physical strength. After the sword strike that exhausted his essence, qi and spirit, Li Tianlan's body was indescribably empty, but also indescribably comfortable, like a person who had not rested for a long time lying comfortably in bed, half asleep and half awake. Outside the window, the heavy rain sprinkled on the roof of the car with a delicate and manic rhythm. When the car stopped, Li Tianlan opened his eyes in a daze, only to find that he had returned to the riverside, back to the place where he was attacked by the black robe. Li Tianlan looked through the car window. 2 consecutive days of heavy rain had already washed the battlefield clean. Only the nearby destroyed woods still had traces of the battle. He shook his head subconsciously, grasped the whole set of immortality potion in his hand, and felt a little emotional. In just a few days, both his fate and state of mind seemed to have experienced a great rise and fall, and his mentality had also undergone some subtle changes. "What's your plan?" Zhuang Huayang parked the car on the shore and opened the door. Heat waves rose in the cold wind and rain. Although there was no fire, the rain within the range of the car disappeared in an instant. The 3 of them stepped on the white bridge on the shore and walked to the Sky Academy. Zhuang Huayang asked casually, "Eat this first, I need to meditate." Li Tianlan lifted the box in his hand and said, this was something that could completely heal his injury, and it was also the meaning of his return to the Sky Academy. Li Tianlan was now very clear about his state. The sword strike that killed Gu Changjiang in the rain gave him too much inspiration. In this state, with the help of the immortality potion, he was completely confident that his strength could be restored to the ice-condensing realm in a few hours. Should he break through or not? Li Tianlan was in a daze all the way, but he was always thinking about this question in his mind. Before the 4 realms of martial arts, he would recultivate in the chi-controlling realm, the ice-condensing realm, the fire-flaming realm, and even the thunder-shocking realm. Because he had experienced the whole process before, he would not encounter any bottlenecks. What he needed most was the comprehension of martial arts, the perfection of the realm, and the perfection of the sword intent, and to walk the path he had walked before carefully again to make up for some of his shortcomings. It wasn't difficult, but it wasn't easy either. Although he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks in the process of recovering his strength, he would need to be more careful and cautious than before. After all, at his current age, he didn't have the opportunity or capital to start over again if he wanted to maintain his age and potential advantage. He had been in the thunder-shocking realm for a short time, so there was no need to consider it for the time being. The defect of the fire-flaming realm had been pointed out to him by Fireman, who was known as the strongest fire-flaming realm expert in the desert. He had a general idea about the defect of the ice-condensing realm, but he hadn't found any problem with the chi-controlling realm before. But it wasn't until he saw Tribulation that he realized that his previous chi-controlling realm was not the most perfect state. Tribulation's current state was extremely strange. He took almost the same path as Fireman. They both kept breaking through the limit in a single realm and planned to go straight to the invincible realm. At present, Tribulation went even further in the chi-controlling realm than Fireman did in the fire-flaming realm. When Tribulation forced his sword back, there was already a trace of the momentum of the invincible realm. Now Tribulation was not so much in the chi-controlling realm as in the half-step invincible realm. Li Tianlan didn't intend to take this thorny path, which was also possible to go straight to the invincible realm, but he really wanted to discuss with the person who had gone the furthest in the chi-controlling realm about the perfection and the limit of the chi-controlling realm. He just wanted to discuss the pure chi-controlling realm, not the martial arts beyond the chi-controlling realm. This should be of great help to Li Tianlan. Take it slow, take it slow, Li Tianlan suddenly said. At first, his voice was very light, but in the end his tone had become extremely firm. Now, it could be said that he needed strength the most, but he also understood that haste makes waste. There was no bottleneck in recultivation, but some of the dangers were enough to affect his future foundation and ultimate achievements. Li Tianlan took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. In any case, he couldn't rush it. What? Zhuang Huayang turned his head and looked at him, asking in astonishment. Nothing, I just figured it out. Some things can't be rushed. Li Tianlan smiled. There was a lot of heavy rain in front and behind them, but they were not affected by the wind and rain. This kind of pleasure seemed to trample on the laws of nature, which was what every warrior was pursuing. Zhuang Huayang's mouth twitched. He glanced at Li Tianlan and didn't speak. Some things can't be rushed. Thinking of Gu Changjiang and Zhong Xiaofeng, who died grievously, he shook his head, and his eyes became a little worried. Go to my office. It's quiet and suitable for meditation and recovery. The old man walked on the narrow bridge against the wind and rain, and his tone was flat. Li Tianlan nodded subconsciously, and then glanced at Wang Yuetong beside him. Wang Yuetong held the little golden retriever she brought from Yonghua Villa tightly in her arms. She looked at Li Tianlan and said with a chuckle, "It's important to recover. Senior brother, call me when you're well, and we'll have dinner together. I still have 200 credits waiting for you to take." The narrow bridge was close to the end. A school bus just stopped on the side of the road. Wang Yuedong walked to the school bus with the dog in her arms, walking lightly. Zhuang Huayang looked at her exquisite back, sighed softly, and said, "I'm going to drag the Wang family of Beihai down again." "What do you mean?" Li Tianlan raised his eyebrows slightly and asked subconsciously, "It's all your fault. Do you really think that Gu Changjiang's matter is over?" Zhuang Huayang glared at him and snorted coldly. "This is just the beginning." He looked at the rain falling from the sky and said slowly, "Gu Changjiang is one of Gu Xingyun's most trusted confidants. Kunlun City has developed very fast these years. At least in the special warfare system, they have basically completed their layout. You can't imagine how powerful this force is. Now that Gu Changjiang is dead, how can Gu Xingyun let it go? The news of Gu Changjiang's death will spread at night at the latest. At that time, both Dongqing Wudi and I will be called to Hidden Dragon Sea by Gu Xingyun for questioning. He is the real invincible giant in Zhongzhou State. If he wants to investigate something, no one could stop him. Considering the time of Gu Changjiang's death, Dongqing Wudi and I, who almost appeared on the battlefield at the same time, will even become Gu Xingyun's first suspects. At this time, if the Wang family of Beihai can be involved to share some of the pressure, Marshall and I will be better off." Li Tianlan was silent for a while, and then said softly, "He can only be suspicious at most, right? In the hospital, although they had a conflict with Gu Changjiang, in the final analysis, it was just a slap in the face. Besides, Zhuang Huayang and Dongqing Wudi were both lobbyists. Before there was no conclusive evidence. Even if Gu Xingyun was the god of war of Zhongzhou State, he could not turn black into white. Just because of a slap in the face that had nothing to do with them, they would kill Gu Changjiang, not to mention whether others believed it or not. Even Gu Xingyun himself would not believe it. And Li Tianlan's strength would soon be suppressed to the chi-controlling realm. He was like an ant, so Gu Xingyun would not care about him. As for Qin Weibai, not to mention which airport she went to, at least she did not have the motive to kill Gu Changjiang. Even if she took the wrong medicine and wanted to kill Gu Changjiang, she would not choose this time, let alone choose to risk her life, so she also had no suspicion. Before taking action, Li Tianlan had thought about everything. Now, no matter how he thought about it, he did not think that Kunlun City could confirm that he was the murderer in a short time. Don't underestimate Kunlun City, and don't underestimate Gu Xingyun. Zhuang Huayang looked at Li Tianlan with a serious look. Now the other party is probably suspicious, but if this kind of thing is not investigated clearly, neither the higher-ups nor Gu Xingyun will give up. If they investigate carefully, maybe there will be a flaw in some detail, and then you will be exposed. Kunlun City has the ability to do this, and it won't even take too long. What are you going to do? Li Tianlan asked calmly. Can this matter also involve the Wang family of Beihai? As long as they want to do it, they can. As for the position left by Gu Changjiang, the Academy and the Dongqing clan can join hands and let Yi Fengsheng take it. Zhuang Huayang said thoughtfully. Yi Fengsheng himself was born in the Yi family, the top wealthy family in Yuzhou. If he was not too wild, he would not come to the Sky Academy. Take this opportunity to push him up. Li Tianlan wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. He thought carefully and said slowly, Wang Tianzong is not a fool. As soon as Gu Changjiang had an accident, you and a marshal wanted to push Yi Fengcheng. Wouldn't that make Kunlun City more suspicious? Even the Wang family of Beihai will doubt your purpose. Our purpose is obvious. Zhuang Huayang chuckled and said, We didn't give Yi Fengcheng this position for free. It's a deal. If he replaces Gu Changjiang, the position he left will naturally be left to tribulation. In this way, the academics, the Dongxing clan, and Sai City will give people a sense of closer cooperation. Kunlun City has always been vigilant against Sai City. Once Sai City takes action, Gu Xingyun's attention will also be diverted. If Yi Fengcheng takes this position, Gu Xingyun's eyes will also fall on him. The matter of Gu Changjiang will be diluted for the time being. As for the future, let's operate it slowly. He looked at Li Tianlan, who was thoughtful and couldn't help laughing. Not to mention Li Tianlan, sometimes even he himself could not understand the swords and sabers among the high-level officials in the general trend. Undercurrents were surging, and the situation was changing. If he carefully guided Kunlun City's attention, Gu Changjiang's case could not be hidden forever, but at least it could be hidden for a long time. Will the Wang family of Beihai accept the position of the director of Huading's Special Operations Bureau? Li Tianlan said all of a sudden. Anyway, it's a feudal lord who enjoys the treatment of a governor. The Wang family of Beihai doesn't know the inside story. Why not accept it? Moreover, the Yi family put Yi Fengcheng in the Sky Academy, and they might have the intention to find a chance to take down Huading's Special Operations Bureau. The Yi family is one of the core components of the Southeast Group. Wang Tianzong still has to take care of the Yi family's face. Yi family. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of Yi Dongsheng, known as the god of army of Zhongzhou State, the middle-aged man who went to the border in person to take his grandfather back to Yuzhou. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked directly, Yi Fengcheng and Yi Dongsheng. Yi Dongsheng is the elder brother. They are brothers. Zhuang Huayang said casually. He patted Li Tianlan on the shoulder and said, You don't think too much. Now your main task is to improve your strength. Someone will find a way to cover for you some things outside. Li Tianlan nodded silently. Do you have doubts about the realm now? Especially the Qi-controlling realm? I've made an appointment with Tribulation at my house. You can have a good talk with him. Although Sai City hasn't announced it, you are now the young governor of Sai City. Tribulation won't hide anything from you. Zhuang Huayang continued to say with a smile. Li Tianlan was already dumbfounded. Sai City? Young governor? On the day when his hair turned white after the death of the black-robed man, he did hear the words, young governor. But at that time, he completely turned a deaf ear to it and didn't think about it at all. Now that he heard the words again, Li Tianlan suddenly reacted completely. His heart was pounding, and he said subconsciously, You said I'm a young governor of Sai City? It was not until now that he realized how powerful Tribulation's words were when he said he was one of them. Of course, Zhuang Huayang said with a smile. Situ Cangyue was going to announce the news immediately, but now the situation is sensitive. I personally communicated with Her Highness Hidden God to keep the news secret for the time being. It will be better to announce it when the time is right. Why me? Li Tianlan's tone was strange and dry. Sai City, Mount Taibai. He had never even been to that place, but he inexplicably became their young governor. Li Tianlan only felt astonished and absurd in his heart. Tribulation chose you himself. Who else could it be but you? Zhuang Huayang said casually. Isn't Situ Cangyue in charge of Sai City? Li Tianlan frowned slightly. A few days ago, he was still worried about the position of Sai City and the danger that might be brought to him after the desperate chase was exposed. But now he had become the young governor of Sai City, which was a big change. From this point of view, Sai City's position was more than firm. It was simply die-hard loyalty. Both Situ Cangyue and Tribulation have the final say. They are brother and sister. Tribulation's full name used to be Situ Wanjie, but no one calls him that now. Zhuang Huayang said softly. Before you appeared, Tribulation was the next governor of Sai City. Now he, the next governor, is willing to give up his position voluntarily. What else can others say? But why me? Li Tianlan's mind was in a mess, and he smiled bitterly. He felt as if a big pie had fallen from the sky and landed squarely on his head, making him dizzy. Because Tribulation used to have a teacher, Zhuang Huayang said softly and shook his head. Almost everything he has now, including his current path, was given to him by that person. Back then, that person almost became his brother-in-law. Who? Li Tianlan's heart trembled slightly. Chapter 100. Zhuang Huayang lost his wife when he was middle-aged. His son was the chief of staff of a main army group in the Northern Theater of Operations with the rank of Major General. His daughter-in-law also worked in the military system as a major in the General Logistics Department. She was out of town all year round. Therefore, Zhuang Huayang lived alone most of the time in the villa located in the center of the Sky Academy, except for his granddaughter Qin Ku, who also worked in the Sky Academy, who occasionally came to stay for a few days. Therefore, the old man concentrated his residence and office in the villa, which became the place where several staff members who served Zhuang Huayang worked. There were 2 secretaries, an assistant, a driver, a chef, 2 housekeepers with strict political review, and a gardener. Although there were not many people, at least there was some vitality in the big villa, so that Zhuang Huayang, who was already old, would not be too lonely. It was the first time that Li Tianlan came to Zhuang Huayang's villa. Looking at all the flowers and bamboo forests around the villa that had nothing to do with iron and blood, he couldn't help smiling and whispered, "Headmaster, you are in a good mood. I'm old and don't like fighting and killing. My children are not around. Every day, in addition to dealing with official business, I only have these flowers and fish to accompany me." Zhuang Huayang passed by the pool and pointed to it. Drizzle fell from the sky into the pool, splashing ripples and spreading all over the pool. A large number of fish surged in the wrinkled water, clear and blurry, with an extraordinary artistic conception. Li Tianlan glanced at the fish in the pond with great interest. The fish were brightly colored and swam lightly. Some of the bigger ones were indeed worthy of the 4 words divine and fat. He touched his chin and said casually, "Headmaster, can this thing be eaten? Can I add a dish for you tonight? My fish roast is excellent. Even if it can be eaten, you can't catch it. If your teacher Qin knows, she will fight with you. These are all her treasures. If I forget to feed them, she will ignore me for a few days." Zhuang Huayang smiled grumpily. Passing by the pool, he entered the villa first. "Teacher Qin?" Li Tianlan was stunned. Thinking of the cold face of Qin Ku, the deputy director of the teaching office, he shook his head slightly. He didn't expect that icy beauty to have such a soft heart. The 2 of them entered the villa one after another and went straight to the 3rd floor. Zhuang Huayang entered a spacious but extremely simple office. Looking at the time, he calmly said, "There's a lounge here where I usually meditate. I guarantee that no one will disturb me. You can recuperate there, and you can come over if you need to make a breakthrough in the future." Li Tianlan said and opened the box in his hand. In the box, the whole set of immortality potion was still in an activated state. The purple liquid was slightly tumbling in the vessel. It would take about 2 hours to take it. Li Tianlan closed the box and waited quietly. To some extent, his path to the invincible realm was contained in the box in front of him. "Do you want to meditate first to adjust your state?" Zhuang Huayang asked. Li Tianlan shook his head and said no. Then he suddenly asked, "Have you made an appointment with Tribulation?" Zhuang Huayang nodded, but before he could speak, there was a knock on the door. The old headmaster was stunned for a moment, but he said, "Come in." The door was pushed open from the outside. Qin Ku, the deputy director of the teaching office of the Sky Academy, walked into the office, followed by a shadow. Drifting, silent, and forbearing. This was the 2nd time that Li Tianlan had seen Tribulation, the #1 assassin in Zhongzhou State and even in the Dark World. But even though he knew his identity and strength, Li Tianlan couldn't help but look at Qin Ku at first sight. It was not because Qin Ku was too beautiful. In terms of appearance, the mature and indifferent director Qin was naturally the best choice. But after Li Tianlan had Qin Wei by, it was hard for her pure appearance to amaze him. He looked at her at first sight because the existence of tribulation was too easy to be ignored. He was the top assassin and killer, the source of the most danger. Everyone could feel the danger and sharpness under his silent surface, but they just couldn't notice him. This feeling was absurd and weird. The instinctive danger stimulated Li Tianlan's skin, and for a moment even made his hair stand on end. Li Tianlan took a deep breath, stood up, and called Miss Qin. He looked at Tribulation and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He was Situ, Sanyue's younger brother, his father's student, and Situ Sanyue was his father's confidant. The seniority of these three people was a little confused. Now looking at Tribulation, Li Tianlan only felt that it was not appropriate to call him anything. Uncle or brother? The corner of his mouth twitched, and finally he said in a dry voice, "Hello, teacher." Teacher Li said that he accepted a disciple on behalf of his teacher, and also on behalf of his father. So he always asked me to call him senior brother. I was not qualified to call Teacher Li senior brother in those days, but now it should not be difficult for you to call me Martial Uncle, right? Li Tianlan was slightly stunned. The Master Li that Tribulation mentioned was naturally his father. If his father had accepted a disciple at that time, then according to seniority, Tribulation could be said to be a student of his grandfather, Li Honghe. In this way, seniority was reasonable. He nodded, bowed slightly to Tribulation, and said in a respectful tone, "Martial Uncle, you're good." Tribulation still wore a mask, and the silver mask covered the expression of his whole face. But his silent eyes flashed with inexplicable brilliance. He took a deep look at Li Tianlan and continued, "Teacher Li can rest in peace." Rest in peace. Li Tianlan straightened up slightly, shook his head, and said calmly, "How can I rest in peace without avenging my great hatred and grievances?" Even though Qin Ku, who had known Li Tianlan's identity from her grandfather, had enough psychological preparation, she could not help but feel a little shocked when she heard Li Tianlan's calm but sharp words. How could he rest in peace without avenging his great hatred and grievances? This seemed to be a simple sentence, but whether it succeeded or failed in the future, the special warfare system of Zhongzhou State was destined to experience a storm of blood. When you grow up, take revenge for your hatred and redress for your grievances. Tribulation's voice was calm and hoarse. He bowed slightly to Li Tianlan and expressed his attitude in the clearest way for the first time. Sai City will become the sharpest weapon in the hands of young governor. If you ask for anything, it will be granted. This was the second time Li Tianlan had heard such words. The first time was in the Dongxing clan. His heart beat fiercely, and his blood surged to his head. Even his face was a little red. Perhaps his father had never thought that in the many years after his death, the student he had taught would grow into the sharpest and most mysterious assassin in the dark world, nor did he think that his confidant would become the governor of Sai City, who was famous in the dark world. And all of this would become his help in the future. "Thank you," Li Tianlan said softly. His calm tone was firm enough to penetrate gold and stone. This day will not be too far away. Zhuang Huayang and Qin Ku, who had witnessed all this, had complicated looks in their eyes. In the entire office, perhaps only he knew what he had witnessed at this moment. In the office of the headmaster of the Sky Academy, the two men bowed to each other this time, representing the first transfer of power in Sai City. It also proved that Sai City, after standing aloof from the world for many years, entered the Jianghu full of ups and downs, swords, and intrigues in Zhongzhou State for the first time. The general trend was rumbling forward. Zhuang Huayang, who had witnessed all this with his own eyes, felt that he was as small as an ant standing in front of the general trend. Qin Ku, another bystander, obviously did not feel this way. The moment Tribulation slightly bent down, the deputy director of the teaching office of the Sky Academy subconsciously wanted to step forward to support him. But after being glared at by Zhuang Huayang, she reluctantly stood where she was. Although she did not move, Her eyes were full of anger again when she looked at Li Tianlan. He entered the thunder-shocking realm at the age of 31. Qin Ke could be said to be a famous genius in the entire special warfare system of Zhongzhou State. Since she came into contact with martial arts, she most admired and appreciated Situ Sanyue, a female invincible realm expert. But what she most admired was not the Sword Emperor or the God of War of Zhongzhou State. It was tribulation. This was not a surprising thing. In the whole dark world, countless assassins and killers had the same idea as Qin Ke. The Sword Emperor was indeed invincible. The God of War was indeed strong. But for countless killers and assassins, tribulation was the real faith and the pioneer. He entered the thunder-shocking realm at the age of 26 and made great progress since then. He tried to enter the invincible realm from the chi-controlling realm and created the Buddhist incantation of 9 words, which was on par with the Great Soaring Temple. For hundreds of years, tribulation had always been recognized as the most talented and courageous assassin. In the Buddhist incantation of 9 words that only belonged to him, there were 2 unique skills that represented 2 completely different paths of the invincible realm. You could not recognize such a person and regard him as a madman, but you had to admire him. Once such a person entered the invincible realm, even without a murderous weapon, he was enough to rank at the top of the divine list and suppress his sister Situ Sanyue. If his road was not too bumpy, perhaps countless people in the dark world would have begun to imitate his martial arts. As one of Tribulation's admirers, Qin Ke did not want to see her idol bend down and bow his head for any reason. "You're welcome, young governor." Tribulation straightened up and said calmly, "You don't have to rush to break through. You are now in the chi-controlling realm. When you recover from your injury, I am willing to share with you what I have learned in my life without reservation. I hope you can break through the chi-controlling realm in the most perfect state. Your road is not the road of the invincible realm, but the road of the chosen one." Li Tianlan grabbed the box containing the Immortality Potion series and looked at Zhuang Huayang without saying a word. Zhuang Huayang pointed to the direction of the lounge without saying a word. Li Tianlan completely gave up the plan to break through the chi-controlling realm. Without hesitation, he went straight to the lounge. The decoration of the lounge was more simple. In addition to a single bed, there was only a blanket for meditation. Li Tianlan sat on the blanket and sniffed the calming fragrance in the air, which could help him enter the meditative state more quickly. He became more and more empty. In the office, Tribulation stood in front of the window and looked at the rain outside. Once again, he became an inconspicuous shadow. Time passed slowly in silence. The 3 people in the office did not say a word, and each had his own thoughts. Cool breeze and drifting cloud will go out of the city soon. After a long silence, Tribulation suddenly said, "One goes to Yuzhou, and the other comes to Huding." Cool breeze and drifting cloud. The 2 top assassins, known as the Double Walls of Sai City, went down the mountain not to carry out a task, but to the 2 most important cities in Zhongzhou State. What did this mean? Zhuang Huayang subconsciously tightened his body. He knew very well that Tribulation said this to let the academics give a certain degree of support to Sai City. Such support was also what the academics was happy to give. But what did this mean? "Are you ready?" Zhuang Huayang said in a deep voice. If Sai City went out of the northeast and returned to Jianghu after many years, their conflicts with Kunlun City, the Wang family of Beihai, and even some wealthy families of the Special Warfare Group would immediately become extremely acute. Such a move was too rash. "I know you want to help Tianlan pave the way, but isn't it too hasty now?" Zhuang Huayang looked at Tribulation, who continued to be silent, and asked again. "Now is the right time." Tribulation's voice was calm and indifferent. Zhuang Huayang was silent. Sai City was completely different from the academics. Sai City and Li Tianlan had the same position, so they acted so resolutely. But the academics wooed Li Tianlan for politics and interests. At this stage, Li Tianlan showed his potential, and the academics was willing to do something for his future, such as protecting his safety and giving him time to grow up. But some things were too sensitive, such as Li Qianlon's identity in the case of treason. The academics were willing to protect Li Tianlong, which was completely different from the academics going to war with Kunlun City for Li Tianlong. Even if Li Tianlong entered the invincible realm in the future, the academics could not completely turn against Kunlun City for him, or even suppress them, unless Kunlun City was really at the end of its rope. To put it simply, no matter how much support the academics gave to Li Tianlong, it was limited. No matter what would happen in the future, the academics would have a way out. But Sai City was completely different. During the period of Li Tianlong's growth, Sai City directly began to pave the way for him, making it clear that they would advance and retreat together with Li Tianlong. Unless Li Tianlong's identity and his relationship with Sai City were never exposed, if Li Tianlong failed in the future, the whole Sai City would disappear because of Li Tianlong's failure. Zhuang Huayang asked whether Li Tianlong was ready, but in fact, he asked whether Sai City had really thought about it. And Tribulation's answer had explained everything. The academics did not have such boldness because they did not have such a position at all. They did not draw Li Tianlong to their side to start a war with Kunlun City. From the beginning, they did it for interests, and it would be the same in the future. This matter involves too much. If we fail in the future, then we'll fail. Before Zhuang Huayang finished his words, Tribulation had directly interrupted him, and his tone became calmer and more determined. He suddenly turned his head, looked at Qin Ku, and asked, "Director Qin, would you like to join Sai City?" Zhuang Huayang's face changed dramatically. Before he could speak, Qin Ku was already ecstatic and said without hesitation, "I'd like to follow Her Highness Hidden God." Not follow Her Highness Hidden God. Tribulation corrected Qin Ku seriously. It's follow young governor. Qin Ku hesitated for a moment and nodded. Her eyes turned to the direction of the lounge, and she remained silent. The person she would follow in the future, the person who would follow Tribulation together, was now inside, recovering from his injuries. The descendant of the Li family? Thinking of his terrifying potential, Qin Ku's eyes were in a trance. If Li Tianlong could graduate with the first place in 2 academies and set up his own force, when his identity was exposed and the whole Sai City was under Li Tianlong's command, how big a storm would it set off in the whole Zhongzhou state? Behind that storm, was it the official rise of the heavenly sun or the complete fall of the god of war? Qin Ku pressed her red lips tightly. Vaguely, the storm was getting closer and closer. At the same time, in the lounge, Li Tianlong, who was meditating, opened his eyes and opened the box in front of him. Inside the box, the whole set of Immortal Life had been fully activated. The purple liquid of the 2nd generation of Immortal Life fluctuated slightly, flashing with endless vitality, magnificent and gorgeous. Li Tianlong looked calm. He subconsciously touched his white hair, and the other hand held the vessel containing the 2nd generation of Immortal Life. This was the thing that could heal his injuries. This was the thing that could even make his potential better. Li Tianlong's eyes were deep and peaceful. Between reality and illusion, there seemed to be a road reflected in front of him. On that road, there were blood and bones, glory and forbearance, laughter and sad songs, heavy rain and heavy snow. It was full of thorns, but it was extremely flat. It had everything, but there was no way out. It could only go forward and go up. The wide road stretched out in front of him, as if it reached the end of the sky. Li Tianlong unscrewed the vessel in his hand and poured the purple liquid directly into his mouth. Chapter 101. The thunder rolled over the gloomy sky, and the pale lightning tore the sky. The wind suddenly blew in hooting, and the bean-sized raindrops rumbled down. The whole Sky Academy became more and more silent under the raging wind and rain, and only the sound of wind and rain could be heard. Tribulation stood silently in front of the window, watching the wind blowing through the bamboo forest outside the window and the heavy rain ravaging the sea of flowers. Some petals and bamboo leaves were knocked down by the raindrops and fluttered in the wind. All the scenes were clearly reflected in his pupils, like a seemingly regular, but actually broken and messy picture. Tribulation looked out of the window, quietly, motionless. There was no light in the office, and the gloomy sky was gradually dimming. In the increasingly gloomy office, Tribulation's figure seemed to have completely disappeared with the darkness. Only a dangerous aura was floating in the office, as if it didn't exist, but it seemed to be everywhere. "Have a cup of tea?" Zhuang Huayang finally broke the silence behind the office and took the initiative to greet him. He didn't like such an atmosphere, but that was Tribulation's character. It was even said that he and his biological sister, Situ Sangyue, didn't talk for a month, and they were silent most of the time. Zhuang Huayang didn't know about this, but in the past few days in the Sky Academy, Tribulation was basically deaf and dumb most of the time. He didn't listen, see, or speak, except when facing Li Tianlan. It seemed that the rumors were not groundless. "Just drink some water." Tribulation's hoarse and low voice sounded, because the dangerous aura in the office slightly fluctuated. The figure in front of the window really turned into a shadow, and Tribulation's body had appeared silently beside the water dispenser. Zhuang Huayang moved his body subconsciously, and for a moment, he really regretted letting Qin leave. As one of the top 10 contemporary experts in Zhongzhou State, he was really under a lot of pressure to face Tribulation, the most perfect assassin in hundreds of years alone. He knew that Tribulation wouldn't attack him, but the sense of danger always made him tense up almost instinctively. In just a few hours, Zhuang Huayang felt a little powerless, and both his spirit and body were in a state of extreme fatigue. The sky became dim again. The whole office was dark. Tribulation seemed to feel Zhuang Huayang's unnaturalness, and all the dangerous aura in the office was suddenly restrained by him. Zhuang Huayang's body tightened. The dangerous aura in the office had indeed disappeared, but in his feeling, Tribulation seemed to have completely disappeared. In such a state, Tribulation seemed to have completely disappeared. Zhuang Huayang could even be sure that if the sharpest and most explosive assassin in Zhongzhou State attacked him, he would not even have a chance to fight back. "Do you want Tianlan to be like you?" Zhuang Huayang moved his body and suddenly said thoughtfully. He had to make some sounds to relieve his pressure. Otherwise, it would be too tiring to maintain a fully defensive posture. That will depend on his own choice. I will teach him everything I have learned in my life, but he does not need to deliberately copy my path. When Zhuang Huayang was unprepared, Tribulation's voice suddenly sounded opposite him. Zhuang Huayang seemed to have accepted Tribulation's unpredictability. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, "All my life's learning, including your shadow and your 9 secret words?" The shadow of Tribulation and the Buddhist incantation of 9 words of Tribulation. This could completely include Tribulation's lifelong, unique skills, and it was also something that all killers dreamed of but could not get. Tribulation was the only person with dual wind veins in the dark world today. It might not be as precious as wind and thunder veins, but it was rarer. In terms of speed, he was born with an unparalleled advantage. But with such an advantage, Tribulation created 4 shadows in an extremely abnormal way, which made him really elusive in the battle, like a shadow following the body. The 4 shadows could synchronously imitate all his movements, and Tribulation could switch positions with the shadows at will in the battle. In countless battles, Tribulation's dazzling fighting style was like a nightmare. Even many people had never touched a corner of Tribulation's clothes before they died. Such a fighting style was the most terrifying thing about him. Tribulation's shadow was a secret, and there were many speculations in the dark world. Some people said that it was the realm that could only be reached when the chi-controlling realm reached the extreme, and others said that it was the unique horror of dual wind veins. There were all kinds of speculations, but Tribulation and his shadow were always unique in the dark world, which created the King of Shadow, who was almost invincible under the invincible realm. As for Tribulation's Buddhist incantation of 9 words, it showed even more boldness. The 9 unique skills, when used in any situation, had its unique power and effect. At present, Tribulation's Buddhist incantation of 9 words could not be compared with the Great Soaring Temple's Buddhist incantation of 9 words. But if he really entered the invincible realm from the chi-controlling realm, the Buddhist incantation of 9 words would be equivalent to the advanced level. At that time, this thing, which was comparable to the Killer's Bible, might not be much worse than the Great Soaring Temple's Buddhist incantation of 9 words in terms of influence and lethality. Li Tianlan, who could enter the thunder-shocking realm before the age of 18, had no doubt about his potential or talent. If Tribulation gave Li Tianlan all his life's work, what would be the result of an attack-type character with the skills of a top-notch assassin? As long as he thought about it, Zhuang Huayang's scalp went numb. If there was really such an opponent, Zhuang Huayang didn't want to provoke him even if he didn't reach the thunder-shocking realm. Of course, apart from these 2 things, do I have anything else to offer? I'm not as good as the ancestor who created the map of God of War in Zhuanyuantai, or the heavenly son who established the Wang family of Beihai. I have no intention of changing Tianlan's path. I just hope that what I give him can make him more flexible on the road of indomitable progress. Tribulation's tone was still hoarse and low, but if you listen carefully, you could always hear a trace of lightness in it. When it came to the topic of Li Tianlan, he really talked much more than usual. Zhuang Huayang still wanted to say something, but the sound of the door opening suddenly sounded. Outside the window, the heavy rain was roaring and disturbing the whole world, but the sound of the door opening was extremely clear in their ears. Tribulation looked back at once and casually flicked his fingers. The air in front of him suddenly twisted and turned into a cyclone, knocking on the light switch in the office. The soft light was a little dazzling when it lit up. Tribulation and Zhuang Huayang narrowed their eyes at the same time. In the lounge, Li Tianlan walked out with a smile on his face. His originally pale face had completely turned ruddy, and his extremely worrying dry white hair had now all turned soft and shiny silver white. The biggest change in Li Tianlan was his height. He was originally nearly 175 meters tall, which was actually not short among the people of Zhongzhou State. But compared with Qin Weibai, he was much weaker. Qin Weibai, who was 176 meters tall barefoot, put on high heels, and her slender and exquisite figure was truly peerlessly enchanting. Li Tianlan had nothing to feel inferior about in terms of height, but he was most unhappy that he needed Qin Weibai's deliberate cooperation to play a stimulating position in bed. Now, in just a few hours, under the stimulation of an absolutely powerful life force, his height had grown by nearly 5 centimeters. His originally ordinary figure had a slender and handsome look. If his appearance was a little more handsome, coupled with his non-mainstream, but not out-of-place silver-white hair, he would definitely be a standard handsome man. Tianlan, how do you feel? Zhuang Huayang took the initiative to ask in a concerned tone. I feel very good. Countless excitement in Li Tianlan's heart was barely suppressed, but the smile on his face was getting wider and wider. Perfect, unprecedentedly good. He was telling the truth. Now he was indeed in an unprecedentedly good state. The strong vitality provided by the immortality potion completely suppressed his inflated strength to the chi-controlling realm and turned the strength into potential. His original strength was at the peak of the chi-controlling realm, but now it did not advance, but retreated to the stabilization period of the chi-controlling realm. This did not seem to be good news, but his foundation and potential had become more solid. Although his realm was lower, his combat capability did not retreat but advanced, which was already surprising enough. But the more surprising thing was yet to come. As the only person in hundreds of years who had taken the whole set of immortality potion, his overdrawn potential and vitality had not only been completely made up, but also more vigorous than before. Perhaps because of the environment in which he grew up, he could be regarded as seriously malnourished when he was a child, and many parts of his body were very fragile. The effect of the whole set of immortality potion had completely eliminated some hidden dangers in his body. His height was only an external change, and the internal transformation was actually more earth-shaking. Now every bone and muscle in his body, as well as essence, chi, and spirit, was in an unprecedented perfect state. This also meant that the door of the invincible realm had been completely opened to him, and there was no more change. At this moment, Li Tianlan's heart could be said to be full of lofty sentiments, and there was already a hint of a superior's demeanor when he looked around. "Your hair." Zhuang Huayang hesitated a little. The silver-white hair was really beautiful and soft, but it was too dazzling. "Wait for 2 months. When the hair grows out, it will be black, and then I will cut the silver hair." Li Tianlan casually grabbed his hair and smiled. He did not like such a non-mainstream color. Zhuang Huayang was finally completely relieved and said with a smile, "Congratulations." Li Tianlan smiled, but his eyes were a little dazed. He took the water handed to him by Tribulation, took a sip, and whispered, "I really should thank her." The master of Samsara Palace, who had never met him but dared to go straight to Mount Dibbing, might have done what she did for Qin Weibai, but this kindness, which was like rebirth, fell directly on him. Li Tianlan could not forget and did not dare to forget. Li Tianlan subconsciously took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. The phone was turned off, which was not unexpected at all. He shook his head and sighed softly. "You've grown taller," Tribulation whispered. His voice was still hoarse and low, but there was a hint of smile in his eyes when he looked at Li Tianlan. "Well, it's a surprise." Li Tianlan moved his body. He was now in the stabilization phase of the chi-controlling realm, but what he felt was obviously more terrifying than when he was at the peak of the chi-controlling realm. He narrowed his eyes slightly. He wanted to say something, but hesitated, but he could not wait in his heart. "Your current state is very suitable for breaking the limit of the chi-controlling realm." Tribulation looked at Li Tianlan, and there was appreciation in his tone. Li Tianlan smiled and said, "Martial uncle, I don't intend to follow your path. I have my own path." Whether it was from the chi-controlling realm to the invincible realm directly or step by step, there was no difference between them. The most suitable path was the strongest. "I don't mean to interfere with your path, but I have some things that can make you more flexible." Tribulation whispered. He glanced at Zhuang Huayang and said calmly, "Anything else?" This was really not polite at all, but for Zhuang Huayang, this was the most normal posture for him to get along with Tribulation. So he shook his head and simply said, "Please go ahead." Tribulation nodded and took Li Tianlan directly out of the office. Li Tianlan hesitated and finally couldn't help but ask, "Martial uncle, in your opinion, what's the limit of the chi-controlling realm?" Tribulation's slightly short and thin figure was wrapped in black clothes, almost integrated with the dark environment of the villa. "Why? Are you in a hurry to break through?" Li Tianlan touched his nose. Except for his grandfather, it was the first time for him to get along with someone related to his father. His heart was indescribably relaxed. He nodded slightly and said calmly, "I need to grow up. The most perfect growth is the most meaningful. I still say that your path is not the path of the invincible realm, but the path of the chosen one. You asked me where the limit of the chi-controlling realm is. Let me ask you first, with your current strength, if you go all out, what realm can you kill?" Tribulation asked. Li Tianlan thought about it seriously. This time he took a whole set of immortality potions and got great benefits. Not only did it make up for his vitality and potential, but because of the previous malnutrition, his potential was further expanded. Now his realm had regressed a little, but his combat capability had improved a lot. He narrowed his eyes and whispered, "If I go all out, I can kill an expert in the breaking phase of the fire-flaming realm. I can be undefeated when I meet an expert in the stabilization phase of the fire-flaming realm. I can survive when I meet an expert in the peak of the fire-flaming realm." "Is it the ordinary fire-flaming realm?" Tribulation said in a straightforward tone. Li Tianlan nodded with a wry smile. The so-called ordinary fire-flaming realm, in other words, was a person with no potential. But most of the standards of strength were divided according to such people. Not to mention Wang Shengxiao from the Wang family of Beihai and Gu Hanshan from Kunlun City. People like Ning Qiansheng, Li Beitian, and Wang Yuedong were all freaks in the eyes of most people. They were not representative. Ning Qiansheng should have entered the fire-flaming realm. But with Li Tianlan's chi-controlling realm, he could only fight for an undefeated result at most, let alone kill such a genius. This level is obviously not the limit of the chi-controlling realm. Tribulation shook his head. If you're willing to listen to me, I suggest you stay in the chi-controlling realm for a while. The specific time depends on your progress. What I'm going to teach you can be used in the fire-flaming realm and the thunder-shocking realm, and the power is not bad. But it's better to lay a good foundation in the chi-controlling realm so that you can have a more obvious advantage in other realms. He paused and continued. Of course, not improving the realm doesn't mean not improving the combat strength. Watch carefully. He stepped out of the villa. Outside the door, the heavy rain fell wildly. In an instant, Li Tianlan could only vaguely feel that all the raindrops stopped for a moment the moment they fell on Tribulation's head. The fluctuation of the air seemed to be non-existent, but all the raindrops that were about to fall on Tribulation's head were pushed away in an instant. Even the water under Tribulation's feet was pushed forward like a wave. Tribulation stood where he was. The heavy rain was all over the sky, but the wind and rain did not invade him. There seemed to be an invisible wall surrounding him. All the raindrops that were about to fall on him were pushed away in all directions by the wall condensed by the air around him. This scene almost subverted Li Tianlan's cognition. In his cognition, the chi-controlling realm was the realm that could most easily improve people's flexibility, so the ultimate standard should be to control the chi into the wind. The wind moved with the person, and the person walked with the wind. It was like walking on the waves between real and fake, unpredictable. But the scene in front of him made him see a further way. Controlling the chi into the wall. Is this the limit of the chi-controlling realm? Li Tianlan stepped out of the door. Around him, the air was surging violently. The momentum was much stronger than that of Tribulation, but the effect was far worse. A lot of raindrops were blown away by him, but a lot of them also fell on him. The limit of each realm does not lie in the form of expression. Tribulation said slowly in the rain. From my personal standpoint, the limit of each realm should be the pseudo-invincible realm. Chapter 102. Before 12 o'clock in the next chapter, pseudo-invincible realm. It was the first time that Li Tianlan had heard of this idea since he was a child. The 5 realms of chi-controlling, ice-condensing, fire-flaming, thunder-shocking, and a mysterious invincible realm had never been fake. In the same realm, there might be a difference in combat capability, but there was absolutely no difference in realms. In this case, how could there be a pseudo-realm? Moreover, it was the pseudo-invincible realm. How terrifying was the pseudo-realm that could be related to the invincible realm? Li Tianlan had so many questions in his heart that he didn't know how to speak for a while. Tribulation in front of him formed a wall of chi-controlling. As he passed, all the heavy rain was pushed aside, and the water under his feet receded as he moved forward, layer upon layer. The two were in the heavy rain. Li Tianlan was already wet all over, but Tribulation's body was not wet at all. It was refreshing, as if he was strolling in the courtyard under the sun, free and easy. Martial uncle, what is the pseudo-invincible realm? The two walked aimlessly along the road of the Sky Academy. On both sides of the road were neatly trimmed grass and woods, which were lush in spring. The air was clear, and the sound of rain hitting the woods was clear to the ears. The whole world seemed to be a harmonious scene. What is the invincible realm? Tribulation asked in a low and hoarse voice. Within a radius of 100 meters, it forms its own void and is invincible in the world. Li Tianlan hesitated and gave an answer calmly. This answer was not the Li family's answer, but it was the answer that many people agreed with. The fire-flaming realm concentrated all the strength of the whole body in an instant, evaporating the water in the air and making the flames in the air endless. The thunder-shocking realm experts were one level higher. The experts at this level had completely exceeded the imagination of ordinary people in terms of strength, speed, and explosive power. In an instant, they could condense lightning in the air at will. Their moves were accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning, like wild thunder. In the dark world, if a fire-flaming realm expert was a real expert, then a thunder-shocking realm expert was undoubtedly a figure standing at the peak. This realm was the highest point of the 4 realms of martial arts. As for those who went beyond the 4 realms of martial arts and went straight to the invincible realm, they were almost no different from gods in the dark world. There were very few descriptions of entering the invincible realm from the thunder-shocking realm in the dark world, but it was not rare to see the records of invincible realm experts taking action. Once most of the supreme invincible realm experts took action, the extreme explosive force could almost instantly repel the air around them to 100 meters away. With the invincible realm experts as the center, there was no air within 100 meters, so naturally, there was no water, fire, or lightning. That was the real invincible. Within 100 meters, whether it was the thunder-shocking realm or the chi-controlling realm, they were all non-entities. This was the path that most of the superiors of the invincible realm were taking. Within a radius of 100 meters, they could form their own void. This was also the invincible realm with the highest degree of recognition. Within a radius of 100 meters, a void is formed. To put it bluntly, it is equivalent to a domain that only belongs to the invincible realm. At present, most of the superiors of the invincible realm are taking such a path. On such a path, ordinary people under the invincible realm can't even stand in this domain, let alone fight back. They can only become non-entities waiting to be slaughtered. The invincible realm is the enemy of the invincible realm. If the domains cancel each other out, life and death will be determined by one's own combat capability. Tianlan, what do you think of this path? Tribulation continued to ask. This is my path, but not all. Li Tianlan said with a dignified look. He practiced the invincible manual and the map of God of War, and he had no lack of famous teachers since he was a child. Not to mention his grandfather Li Honghe, who used to be the God of War in Zhongzhou State. There were many experts of the fire-flaming realm and the thunder-shocking realm among the veterans without military ranks in the border camp. He was not timid when it came to martial arts with Tribulation, the most talented and courageous assassin in hundreds of years, but he did not dare to be careless. There was a difference of one word between a famous teacher and a good teacher, but the actual meaning was very different. Will Tribulation be my good teacher? Li Tianlan thought silently, a little lost in thought. So you're taking the path of the Chosen One. The path of the Chosen One. Li Tianlan suddenly looked up. It was the 3rd time he heard this sentence today. The first 2 times he heard it, he just thought it was Tribulation's expectation for him. But in this situation, the path of the Chosen One represented too many other meanings. Martial uncle. Li Tianlan looked at Tribulation's back, and his eyes were completely focused. Martial uncle knows my path. The map of God of War. The invincible manual. Why don't I know it? Tribulation's tone was hoarse and low, but it was calm. But in Li Tianlan's ears, this sentence was like thunder. Yu Donglai knew that he practiced the invincible manual. Zhuang Huayang could also guess it, and the Dongsheng clan might also know it. But how did Tribulation, who had no contact with him before, know it? Li Tianlan had vaguely guessed a possibility in his heart. His breathing was slightly rapid, and his eyes became fiery. About 5 years ago. As expected, Tribulation was silent for a while and slowly said, I met Senior Li, only him and me, my shadow, in the Buddhist incantation of 9 words, and Senior Li helped me a lot. The most famous body movement in Sai City is the desperate chase. This body movement, to be exact, comes from a night walking skill of Zhuanyuantai of Kunlun. My shadow, you can think of it as the other extreme of the desperate chase. Tribulation said indifferently, the shadow itself is not terrible, but the shadow can imitate my movements, which is the most terrible thing. Tianlan, I have read part of the Invincible Manual, so I perfected the Buddhist incantation of 9 words and my martial arts. Our paths, to some extent, are similar. So although I studied under Teacher Lee, Senior Lee also helped me a lot, so it is reasonable for you to call me Martial Uncle. Li Tianlan did not speak for a long time. He subconsciously took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner emotions. Tribulation's words contained too much information, and he had to digest it well. 5 years ago, his grandfather met Tribulation and showed him part of the Invincible Manual, helping him perfect the Buddhist incantation of 9 words in the shadow. At that time, he was 14 years old and had just entered the ice-condensing realm. In other words, there were some things that his grandfather had begun to operate secretly 5 years ago. Obviously, his grandfather, who had always been a little disheartened in the camp and watched the changes in Zhongzhou's state, was not just idle on the surface. What else did he do in the dark? These trump cards, perhaps only when he grew to a certain extent would he be able to reveal them bit by bit. There are 2 ways to enter the invincible realm. The first way is to spread one's body into a domain and become an invincible void. Let's not talk about the dark world. Let's talk about Zhongzhou's state. Kunlun City has the world-shaking unique skill 10 skills of true martial arts. Their 10th skill is one of the strongest domains in the invincible realm. My sister, Situ Songyue, and even your grandfather, Senior Lee, are all taking this path. The other way is to accumulate strength and premeditation. When you make a move, you just want to make the sky fall and the earth crack. At the end of this road, even if you are in the domain, you can also make ghosts and gods retreat with one sword strike. The Wang family of Beihai and the Peak Manual and the Map of God of War are both such invincible roads. The 2 roads are equally strong, but the second road has more potential for growth. The former is the fulfillment of martial arts, while the latter is the fulfillment of sword intent. The Balance Manual and the Map of God of War seeks martial arts, while the Peak Manual seeks sword intent. Tianlan, what does the Invincible Manual seek? Tribulation had always been talkative in front of Li Tianlan, so Li Tianlan did not feel anything strange. Listening to these words, which were regarded as pearls of wisdom, he was silent for a while before he calmly said, "The Invincible Manual attaches equal importance to martial arts and sword intent. According to Martial Uncle, it is the combination of the 2 roads. This is the road of the heavenly sun." Tribulation's tone became calmer and calmer. Although I only broke the limit of the chi-controlling realm, in my opinion, the 4 realms of martial arts, after each realm reaches the real fulfillment, will all be in the state of the pseudo-invincible realm. The pseudo-invincible realm refers to the same realm. Without unique skills, one can imitate a little of the means of the invincible realm only by fighting strength, and then one can really be invincible in the same realm. His strong state suddenly fell. In Li Tianlan's thoughtful eyes, his aura reached the chi-controlling realm in the blink of an eye. It was not the state after breaking the limit, but the pure, real chi-controlling realm. Tribulation turned around calmly. His eyes were focused and sharp, and a simple syllable shattered the surrounding rain in an instant. "Stop!" The air and the rain twisted and spread in an instant. Li Tianlan, who was unprepared, only felt that he was pulled hard. He lost his balance and almost fell to the ground for a while. Tribulation turned around again and said blandly, "This is the pseudo-invincible realm of the chi-controlling realm. This is not the domain of the invincible realm, but it already has a similar function. At the moment when you lost your balance, if it was a life-and-death fight, I could kill you several times. At the critical moment of life and death, a moment may be a lifetime." In the heavy rain, Li Tianlan's expression kept changing. At that moment, if he had been on guard, he might not have fallen into a situation of certain death. But if it had been a battle, it would not have been difficult to put him at a complete disadvantage. The pseudo-invincible realm of the chi-controlling realm? He narrowed his eyes and said, "Martial Uncle, did you say that the completion of the 4 realms is the pseudo-invincible realm? I just have the most say in the chi-controlling realm. But if I guess right, the pseudo-invincible realm formed by the chi-controlling realm and the fire-flaming realm should be the embryonic form of the domain, and the completion of the ice-condensing realm and the thunder-shocking realm should be the embryonic form of the intent. Tribulation took out a file bag from his black clothes and handed it to Li Tianlan. He said calmly, "This is the essence of my body movement and the Buddhist incantation of 9 words. Take it and read it. Don't spread it. At your age, you don't need to rush to break through. When you reach the completion of the 4 realms and enter the invincible realm, you'll be the real chosen one." 100 meters ahead, a shadow was slowly taking shape. Tribulation's voice was still in place, but his body had already exchanged places with the shadow and went away in an instant. "These 3 years are enough for you to polish in the chi-controlling realm. You can also study what I teach you. 3 years later, when you graduate from the Sky Academy, if your chi-controlling realm can be completed and flawless, no one under the thunder-shocking realm will be your opponent." Li Tianlan stood in silence, holding the file bag tightly in his hand with a calm expression. Tribulation's attitude toward him was enough to show that the strongest assassin in Zhongzhou State had recognized his potential and talent. But in a sense, Tribulation still underestimated him after all. He was infinitely perfect in the true sense, without any shortcomings. Countless people in the Sky Academy knew that Li Tianlan had the wind and thunder veins, but no one knew that in addition to the wind and thunder veins, he also had the exquisite bone, which was more suitable for hiding and learning. As for the Heavenly King heart, besides these 2 constitutions, he entered the desert at the age of 17 and left the desert at the age of 18. He had already obtained the so-called Heavenly King heart. Although the Heavenly King heart was acquired, it was not necessarily worse than the inborn one. He had the wind and thunder veins, the exquisite bone, and the Heavenly King heart. He practiced the map of God of War. In the dark world, for hundreds of years, he was the only one who had such conditions. Breaking through the chi-controlling realm in 3 years? Li Tianlan smiled, looked at the file bag in his hand, and shook his head. Slow, too slow. The mobile phone vibrated wildly in his trouser pocket. It seemed that countless messages were sent at once after a delay. Li Tianlan subconsciously took out his mobile phone and opened the communication software. All the messages came from Wang Yuetong, with emojis and text. "Senior brother, are you ready? Shy. Senior brother, are you ready? There should be no problem. Grievance. Senior brother, you ignore me again. Poor. Senior brother, I'm so hungry. Angry. Sweating. Grievance. Hum, 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 hum. Senior brother, you bastard. Ah, if you don't come, your little princess will starve to death." Chapter 103. Different from ordinary universities, as one of the top 2 special warfare academies in Zhongzhou State, the residential area of the Sky Academy was extremely lively when there were no courses. It was so lively that it was hard to distinguish the girls' dormitory from the boys'. Wang Yuetong lived in room 302 of Building 2, Area C, which had the same status in the girls' dormitory as the one Li Tianlan had moved to later in the boys' dormitory. Those who could live here could more or less be regarded as people with powerful backgrounds. When Li Tianlan walked quickly into the villa, he even felt that he was in a co-ed dormitory. Men and women walked in and out of the apartment very naturally. There was no class today, so most of them were dressed in casual clothes, such as black silk skirts and jeans, which dazzled Li Tianlan. He even suspected that he had returned to Huading University. He pulled himself together, shook his head, and went straight to the 3rd floor. When he was chatting with Li Beitian, Ning Qianxing, and others, Li Beitian gossiped about the chaos of the private life inside the Sky Academy. The scene in front of him was undoubtedly part of the chaos. He had not seen the more shocking or blood-boiling scene. Li Beitian once said that in a competitive atmosphere like the Sky Academy, where one wandered outside the law and could decide one's fate, it was not difficult for one to have fun every night or even be a groom every night as long as one was strong enough. There were nearly 2,200 freshmen in the Sky Academy this year. and nearly 800 of them were girls. Being able to enter the Special Warfare Academy, not to mention their looks, at least their figures and temperament were not bad. There was a kind of flavor that the women outside did not have. Naturally, there were many girls who were noble or chaste. However, there were also many girls who attached themselves to the strong, even exchanged their bodies for benefits, or secretly did some more disgusting things. The dark world had always been a place outside the law. The rule that the strong were respected and the winner was the king could not be changed. The Special Warfare Academy was a microcosm of the dark world. In such an environment of great pressure, fierce competition, and bright prospects, no matter what happened, it would not be strange. 302. Li Tianlan took a deep breath, pressed the doorbell, and waited silently. Who is it? Soon, a dull voice sounded in the dormitory, but it was a man's voice. A man? Li Tianlan frowned and subconsciously looked at the room number. After confirming that it was right, his frown deepened. At present, only Wang Yuedong and Yu Qingyan lived in room 302. Neither of them was a reckless person. Who was the man inside? I'm looking for someone, Li Tianlan said calmly. The security door of the dormitory was pushed open from the inside. The man who opened the door was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "You're finally willing to come back? How is it? Have you seen Rushi? What's with this hair? Do you want to play non-mainstream?" Li Tianlan was even more surprised and asked subconsciously, "Why are you here?" Ning Qiansheng, who was not supposed to be here, had an unnatural expression on his face. After stammering for a while, he said vaguely, "Qingyan is not feeling well." "Well, I just came over to take a look." Perhaps even Ning Qiansheng himself didn't know how much he was trying to cover up. Li Tianlan's mind was in a mess. He combined the image of Yu Qingyan and Ning Qiansheng in his mind, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't think much about it before. Now that he recalled it, the calm and composed Ning Qiansheng and the innocent Yu Qingyan were a good match when they stood together. But how many days had it been? How could it be so fast? You succeeded? Isn't that a little too fast? Li Tianlan stood at the door and asked in a low voice. The embarrassment on Ning Qiansheng's face seemed to have disappeared. His mouth twitched, and he said fiercely in a low voice, "Fast my ass. You and Yuedong are the King fast ones, aren't you? I think that Her Royal Highness is just short of offering herself to you. I haven't even held Qingyan's hand. Today is the first time I've come here. Get out of here. I'll kill you if you ruin my plan." Li Tianlan held back his laughter. Looking at Ning Qiansheng's nervous look, he really wanted to join in the fun. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't get me wrong. I'm looking for Yuetong. I promised to have dinner with her. Call her out." "Senior brother Ning, who is it?" In the dormitory, Yu Qingyan's sweet voice came from the kitchen. "Nobody," Ning Qiansheng answered casually. He looked at Li Tianlan and said quickly, "Yuetong has already brought things to our dormitory. Beitian hasn't returned to the dormitory these days. Now she's alone. You can do whatever you want. Hurry up and go." Bang! The door of the dormitory was closed. Li Tianlan touched his nose. Vaguely, he heard Yu Qingyan's puzzled voice through the door. She seemed to be asking who it was. "I'm here to check the water meter," Ning Qiansheng said, as if nothing had happened. Li Tianlan shook his head and ignored them. He went downstairs and went straight to Zone A. After changing to another dormitory, his dormitory was still in Zone A. It was 201, Building 3, not far from Zone C. Li Tianlan looked at his mobile phone. His little princess did not send him any more messages, which made him feel relieved and slightly quicken his pace. Now he had decided to take the matter between him and Wang Yuetong seriously. But taking it seriously and taking specific measures were two completely different things. Li Tianlan still did not know how he should get along with Wang Yuetong in the future. But at the very least, he could not be treated by her as a villain who would leave her aside after using her. He returned to the dormitory with his thoughts running wild. As soon as he opened the door, he was stunned. There was no light in the dormitory, but there was light floating in the dining room at the corner of the porch. The dim yellow light in the dim environment was like the swaying candlelight, with an intoxicating gentleness. Li Tianlan slightly quickened his pace and walked over. Sure enough, he saw Wang Yuetong sitting at the dining table with the golden retriever in her arms, staring at the dishes in front of her eagerly. There was a delicate candlestick on the dining table. 7 or 8 red candles were slowly burning. The whole dining room was shrouded in a faint light. Under the candlelight, Wang Yuetong's small face looked indescribably enchanting and charming, but also somewhat pitiful. Li Tianlan could not help laughing. He looked at the dishes that were upside down on the plates and said, "Why don't you eat first? Are you starving?" From noon to now, the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai seemed to have not eaten. Wang Yuetong's eyes lit up slightly. She subconsciously raised her head and glanced at Li Tianlan. She was immediately stunned. "This hair is quite handsome. Senior brother, you seem to be taller?" After a long silence, Wang Yuetong said with joy. She seemed to be a little incredulous. She subconsciously walked over to compare her height with Li Tianlan and muttered softly, "I'm really taller." With a net height of 1.72 meters, she usually did not look short in front of Li Tianlan, even if she wore flat shoes. But now, Li Tianlan was obviously taller than her. She smiled and put the golden retriever in her arms on the ground. She reached out and put her arms around Li Tianlan's waist and leaned against his arms. She took a deep breath and said with a smile, "It seems that I feel safer to hold you like this." Li Tianlan touched her hair casually and smelled the fresh fragrance from her body. He pointed to the dining table and said, "Did you make all these?" There were 6 plates on the dining table. It seemed that they were afraid of getting cold, so the top was also covered by the plates. Li Tianlan could not see what was inside, but when he was in Yonghua Villa, he had already seen Wang Yuetong's craftsmanship. If these dishes were really made by Wang Yuetong, then this seemingly romantic candlelight dinner would definitely be a living hell. "No, I ordered it from the Cool Breeze gang. It cost me 5 credits. Wang Yuetong held Li Tianlan in her arms and said in a soft and charming tone, "Sister just called me and asked me to take care of your daily life. You'd better pay attention to your daily diet if you can. She said that you like to eat meat, spicy food, and have a big appetite. So, I ordered a few more dishes. They should all be your favorites." It took Li Tianlan a while to realize that the sister Wang Yuetong mentioned was Qin Wei Bai. He really did not know how this little princess could call her sister so naturally. He subconsciously took out his mobile phone and wanted to call Qin Wei Bai. But when he saw Wang Yuetong's somewhat expectant eyes, he hesitated a little and finally said with a wry smile, "It's too expensive." How extravagant was a meal that cost 5 credits? In the Sky Academy, 10 credits were enough to satisfy the daily food and drink of any academy. 5 credits were considered a big meal anywhere. This is the first time we have a meal in the academy. Make it grand, and I'll save for you in the future. Wang Yuetong smiled and pulled Li Tianlan to sit down. She opened the plates in front of them one by one. There were 5 dishes and 1 soup. Except for a vegetable bean, the others were all meat dishes which looked, smelled good. Li Tianlan, who had also not eaten for nearly a day, suddenly felt hungry. He took the rice from Wang Yuetong and said in a low voice, "Let's eat together. Western food is the best for a candlelight dinner, but my sister said that you might not like it, so I ordered some dishes. It looks a little out of place." Wang Yuetong picked up a mouthful of food and said in a somewhat helpless tone. She ate very quietly and elegantly, which showed that she was very well educated. But Li Tianlan, who was hungry, only focused on wolfing down the food and did not notice the beautiful scenery in front of him at all. "This guy has no taste." Wang Yuetong rolled her eyes and suddenly said with a smile, "Senior brother, there's a job fair in the Sky Academy tomorrow. Do you have any clear intention?" "What job fair?" Li Tianlan was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously. "It's the recruitment of this year's freshmen by some special warfare agencies and military agencies in Zhongzhou State. Freshmen generally choose to join an agency as an internship unit, which is a necessary way to contact the outside world and even integrate into the special warfare system. As for those special warfare organizations that recruit new members It is equivalent to adding new blood to themselves. If the new recruits perform well, the entire organization will even receive some special funds. When we carry out missions outside, we can also receive some help. This is a win-win situation, and very few people will reject it. Li Tianlan nodded thoughtfully. After a full 5 minutes, he smiled and said, "Let's see tomorrow." Wang Yuetong nodded obediently and said softly, "Anyway, I've decided that I'll go wherever you go. From now on, I'll be with you, not only for work, but also for life." She looked at Li Tianlan under the candlelight. Her enchanting and pure face seemed to have a trace of coquettish charm in her trance. She was breathtakingly beautiful. "I packed part of my luggage. Some clothes are also in the wardrobe, together with your clothes, senior brother." Li Tianlan's mind went blank. He raised his head and stared straight at Wang Yuetong, not speaking for a long time. "Don't refuse." Wang Yuetong glared at Li Tianlan and said fiercely, "My sister asked me to take good care of you. I have to take good care of you." The Sky Academy doesn't object to cohabitation. But no buts. Wang Yuetong's voice gradually lowered. Under the candlelight, her enchanting face was blushing, a little shy, but more charming. "Senior brother, I don't want to restrain myself anymore. I just want to be with you." Li Tianlan was silent for a moment. "What about your family?" After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said in a low tone, "Between the two of them, the Wang family of Beihai seemed to be a gap that could never be crossed." Li Tianlan didn't want to force Wang Yuetong to take a stand, but some facts were so cruel that they couldn't be ignored by pretending not to see. "I don't know." Wang Yuetong shook her head slightly, and her ruddy face seemed a little pale. She looked at the candlelight in front of her and whispered, "I don't want to think about it. Let's talk about it later." "Talk about it later?" Li Tianlan pursed his mouth tightly. After a long time, he shook his head and said sullenly, "If we talk about it later, it'll be too late." Chapter 104. After all, Li Tianlan was not so domineering as to ignore Wang Yuetong's future, but he did not refuse the little princess's request to stay. It was raining heavily outside the window, and the little princess had brought her luggage. If he drove her back, the consequences would be very serious. He did not want to do it, and he could not bear to do it. Ning Qinqing was right. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Li Beitian, who had not returned to the dormitory for a few days, had obviously made up his mind to continue hanging out. There was no sign of him coming back. Ning Qiansheng, who was still trying to get closer to Yu Qingyin, did not come back either. Everything seemed to be going well, but the most unfortunate thing was that Yu Qingyin came over. Li Tianlan did not know whether Ning Qiansheng was crying in the girls' dormitory. Anyway, as a bystander, he felt pain for Ning Qiansheng. After dinner, Wang Yuetong turned on the light and leaned on Li Tianlan to watch TV for a while. Then she took Yu Qingyin into Li Tianlan's bedroom to have a rest. Li Tianlan recovered from his serious injury and was full of energy. He simply gave up the idea of sleeping, took out the paper bag that Tribulation gave him, and studied it silently. How precious was the lifelong martial arts essence of a #1 assassin in Zhongzhou State. Furthermore, he was the #1 assassin who took the most unusual path in the past few hundred years. This martial arts essence could be said to be of great help to anyone. If it was spread outside, it would definitely be a secret manual that could cause people to kill each other. Li Tianlan pulled out the document that made him feel both heavy and warm and read it silently. A piece of handwriting that was not beautiful, but was full of extreme sharpness and killing intent appeared directly in front of Li Tianlan. The martial arts essence that Tribulation gave him was not thick. It was written in black and white, but Li Tianlan could clearly feel the bloody killing intent behind the handwriting. It was not manic and hot-blooded, but a kind of cold forbearance and elegance that only belonged to assassins and killers. Li Tianlan quickly calmed down. He looked at the marvelous information in front of him, which had been passed down by countless people, and looked at Tribulation's greatest capital to enter the invincible realm in the future. In a sense, it was true that tribulation was the belief of many killers and assassins, but not entirely true. The reason why he could become a faith was because of his martial arts, because of his 9 secret words: slay, slaughter, shadow, exterminate, instant, split, seal, defend, escape. Tribulation's martial arts had been striving for killing intent and the strongest outbreak and attack. Among the Buddhist incantation of 9 words that belonged to him, the control formula focused on defense, the shadow formula and the escape formula focused on evasion, the flash formula focused on speed, and the stop formula tried to evolve into the domain of an invincible realm expert. Apart from these 5 words, there were only 4 words left: slay, slaughter, exterminate, and rend. Behind these 4 words was an unstoppable killing intent and savagery. The superiors of the invincible realm who formed their own domains, such as Gu Xingyun and Situ Sanyue, sought the consummation of martial arts. The invincible realm experts who set out to manipulate the world sought the pinnacle of momentum and will. The 2 completely different paths were summed up in the God of War painting as the difference between the balance chapter and the peak chapter. It was just that the peak chapter was the pinnacle of sword intent. Tribulation's Buddhist incantation of 9 words, however, sought the peak of killing intent. Since many years ago, Tribulation had broken through the pseudo-invincible realm in the chi-controlling realm and had been singing all the way to the invincible realm. So far, no one knew how far Tribulation was from the real invincible realm. But as his shadow and the Buddhist incantation of 9 words became more and more perfect, his unique skills would become the unique skills of the invincible realm sooner or later. If that day really came, Tribulation would become the pioneer of entering the invincible realm from the chi-controlling realm. This road might be difficult and thorny, but his success was enough to prove another world of martial arts. His experience of walking step by step to the invincible realm might become the specific steps to enter the invincible realm from the chi-controlling realm. What did this mean? At present, there was no specific statement in the whole dark world on how to enter the invincible realm from the peak of the thunder-shocking realm. The feeling that could only be understood but could not be explained was too vague. In the end, it was summed up in the category of luck and chance. That was why the thunder-shocking realm became the pinnacle of the 4 realms of martial arts. If Tribulation could take another path, there was no doubt that he would definitely become a guru in the killer's world and have a far-reaching influence. The Buddhist incantation of 9 words, the 9 unique skills. Any assassin or killer, no matter what situation they encountered, could almost find the most suitable way to fight back in the Buddhist incantation of 9 words. Sprint, breakout, dodge, mass killing, it was flawless and impeccable. Everything was almost perfect. This was the unique skill that killers and assassins dreamed of, and it was not an exaggeration to call it the Bible of the killer's world. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes, and his eyes became more and more silent. Vaguely, he seemed to have seen the path of tribulation. He lurked silently, assassinated coldly, and escaped unscathed. He seemed to never exist, but he was everywhere. That was the light that belonged to the top assassin. When he was quiet, he disappeared in the crowd, and when he moved, he was above the whole world. In front of Li Tianlan, there seemed to be a door silently opening, waiting for him to step in. His eyes became brighter and brighter, but his breathing became slower and slower. His whole mind seemed to be completely immersed in the essence of martial arts, entering a state of half-thinking and half-meditation. Once this cold and weird way of the assassin was combined with the path he was taking now, what would happen? Time passed in the dormitory, which was gradually silent. Outside the window, the heavy rain that lasted for several days gradually stopped. The deep night filled the air. In the dead of night, until the sun rose, Li Tianlan kept sitting on the sofa in the same position, motionless. The quiet outside the residential area gradually became bustling. Wang Yuedong, who was sleeping very peacefully on Li Tianlan's bed, walked out of the bedroom happily. When she saw Li Tianlan sitting on the sofa, she was slightly stunned. She blinked her eyes and whispered, "Good morning, senior brother." Li Tianlan did not speak. "You didn't sleep all night, did you?" Wang Yuetong continued. Li Tianlan remained motionless and silent. "Are you angry?" Wang Yuetong chuckled and said sweetly, "If you are angry, you can sleep in the bedroom at night. I slept all night last night, and I slept very well." Li Tianlan continued to be silent. In a quiet living room, his breathing disappeared, and his heartbeat seemed to have completely stopped. As she approached, Wang Yuetong noticed this scene, and her expression changed dramatically. No breathing, no heartbeat. This was not a state that could be explained by meditation at all. Her brain went blank in an instant, and she subconsciously reached out to hold Li Tianlan. Li Tianlan did not move, and let Wang Yuetong's hand reach over and pass through his heart. There was no sound. There was no blood spurting and no slumping to the ground. Li Tianlan was still in the same posture. Wang Yuetong's hand reached over, and it seemed to pass through a shadow. Wang Yuetong suddenly turned her head. In her sight, Li Tianlan's figure appeared on the other side of the sofa, still in the same posture. From beginning to end, there was no sound. The shadow beside Li Tianlan was still there, clear, real, and lifelike. For a moment, there seemed to be two Li Tianlan in the living room, and they were exactly the same. Wang Yuetong touched the shadow in front of her with a look of disbelief. Her palm shuttled through the shadows without causing any ripples. After she retracted her palm, the originally solid shadow slightly fluctuated and then dissipated. Wang Yuetong's hair almost stood on end. She immediately thought of a figure that even the Wang family of Beihai had to take seriously. Tribulation. In the Wang family of Beihai, her father, Wang Tianzong, valued tribulation even more than Situ Sanyue, an expert of the invincible realm. This silent method of transposition with the shadow was too similar to tribulations. In terms of the real degree of the shadow, it was even better than tribulations. Wang Yuetong stood where she was motionless. In the dead silence of the living room, she finally heard a slow but extremely powerful heartbeat. Wang Yuetong breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Looking at Tribulation, who had just walked out of the bedroom, she subconsciously shushed him and motioned him not to speak. Bang! Another heartbeat sounded again. The heartbeat became faster and faster. Li Tianlan, who had been silent like a statue, seemed to be reviving. His heartbeat became more and more powerful, and vigorous vitality radiated from him, full of vigor. Li Tianlan gently raised his head, glanced at Wang Yuetong, and then at Yu Qingyan, and said with a smile, "Morning." Yu Qingyan was startled. She subconsciously took a step back and whispered, "Morning, Brother Li, your eyes." Li Tianlan blinked and felt that his eyes were extremely dry. Before he could speak, Wang Yuetong had already walked over and said with a smile, "Senior brother, your eyes are really scary now. I'll buy you a bottle of eye drops later and give you a drop." Li Tianlan said yes and didn't care. In fact, his eyes were more than scary now. They were simply horrible. Overnight, he blinked only a few times, let alone closed his eyes. At this moment, his eyes moved away from the essence of Tribulation's martial arts. His eyes had become blood-red, strange, and gloomy. It was not because his eyes were red after staying up late, but because his pupils were so bloodshot that the whites of his eyes could hardly be seen. Li Tianlan shook his head and felt a little tired. But when he thought of everything last night, he felt that it was worth it. Tribulation had written incisively and vividly about the essence of the Buddhist incantation of 9 words. Every word was a gem, and the whole book was of the utmost importance. Overnight, Li Tianlan seemed to be reading the essence of martial arts, but his whole mind seemed to have been integrated with the Buddhist incantation of 9 words and the former state of mind of tribulation. The whole night was quiet, but Li Tianlan's heart was full of sabers and swords. Every unique skill of the Buddhist incantation of 9 words was unscrupulously blooming in his mind with the most dazzling sharpness. He could hear the thunder in the silence and see the blooming flowers in the colorless. That kind of mysterious artistic conception made him completely immersed. He could hardly extricate himself. Senior brother, have you learned the shadow of tribulation? Wang Yuedong gently squatted in front of Li Tianlan and looked up at him. Her beautiful and clear eyes were full of charm and worship, which was an expression that could make any man feel complacent. No, Li Tianlan shook his head in self-mockery. After reading the Buddhist incantation of 9 words, he was no longer like others who regarded tribulation's shadow and the Buddhist incantation of 9 words as 2 unique skills. Tribulation's martial arts might have been like this at the beginning, but after the Buddhist incantation of 9 words was perfected, his shadow was actually the shadow formula of the Buddhist incantation of 9 words. The unique way of exerting force, whether it was the control of body strength or the concentration of willpower, was almost perfect. Li Tianlan had the heavenly king heart. Although it was acquired, his willpower had surpassed his realm at the peak of his former days. He had no problem imitating the shadow of tribulation. However, he was still far from being able to control his strength in a fine manner. This had always been his shortcoming. But just now I clearly felt that you exchanged places with your shadow. Wang Yuetong knelt in front of Li Tianlan and said softly, "And it was the same shadow as you." "Really?" Li Tianlan froze for a moment, lost in thought. He recalled his state just now, but he couldn't describe that subtle feeling no matter how he thought about it. Just now, all his mind was almost immersed in the Buddhist incantation of 9 words. That extremely ethereal state might be the key to him inadvertently switching places with the shadow. Even though it was only the most elementary shadow, Wang Yuedong might not understand, but Li Tianlan knew very well that for the shadow, clarity and image were not good things. The shadow formula said that the shadow could turn from bright to dark and finally become nothingness, which was the advanced level. The shadow he released unconsciously was obviously at the lowest stage, and he could only exchange places with the shadow. He did not know how long it would take for the shadow to imitate his movements. And, in other words, everything just now was done unconsciously. Now, even if he was asked to release a shadow that could only exchange places, he probably could not do it. Li Tianlan subconsciously glanced at Wang Yuedong's chest out of the corner of his eye. The little princess of the Wang family of Beihai knelt at his feet. Perhaps because she knew that Li Tianlan was the only one in the dormitory, she only wore a light red silk pajamas. The color was a little tacky, but it was more stunning on her. It made her skin more white and tender and attractive. The pajamas were of a low-cut style. Now Li Tianlan looked down and inadvertently glanced at the little princess's white breasts. He suddenly felt a little hot and couldn't help but think of Qin Weibai's delicate body that made him crazy and almost irrational. At that moment, Li Tianlan even had the desire to bury his whole face in the 2 warm, fragrant, and soft jades. He coughed and suddenly waved his hand. The air in front of him twisted violently, and then dissipated like clouds and wind. As for the shadow, there was no shadow at all. Li Tianlan shook his head slightly and looked at Wang Yuetong, saying, "Maybe it was just a coincidence." He tried hard to stare at Wang Yuetong's moist and enchanting eyes, but his eyes continued to move down uncontrollably. And down, so King white. Li Tianlan pulled a long face and turned his eyes to Wang Yuedong's face again. Then his eyes moved down uncontrollably. This scale, this shape, perfect, He forced himself to look away again. But, so King white. Perhaps Li Tianlan's action was too deliberate. Wang Yuedong looked at him in confusion and lowered her head slightly. Her beautiful face suddenly blushed. Li Tianlan coughed, feeling a little embarrassed and guilty. "Senior brother pervert." Wang Yuetong blushed. "I dare to let you look openly. Are you a peeping Tom?" She burst into laughter and said in a sweet voice, "You're so bad. Go and change your clothes." Li Tianlan stood up with a cold sweat and said righteously, "Let's go down and have a look." Didn't you say there was a job fair? Wang Yuetong covered her chest with her hand, rolled her eyes at Li Tianlan, and obediently went back to the bedroom with a yo. The sound of the bedroom door closing and the knocking sounded almost at the same time. Li Tianlan was stunned and looked at Yu Qingyan. He thought it was Li Beitian and Ning Qiansheng, so he didn't think much and went straight to open the door. A slightly fat, middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes stood in front of the door. Looking at Li Tianlan, who opened the door, he was stunned and asked tentatively, "Are you Tianlan?" Li Tianlan nodded and said calmly, "You are." The fat man's smile suddenly became more cordial, and he spoke more politely. He took out a business card and handed it to Li Tianlan with a warm and even a little humble smile. "Tianlan, I've heard a lot about you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Huiyan. My code name is Flame, which is a homonym. I'm the director of Huading's Ice and Fire Action Division." Li Tianlan took the business card and looked at it. He nodded calmly. Seeing Li Tianlan's reaction, the fat man's eyes were a little flustered. He calmed down and said subconsciously, "Tianlan, Wedong, oh, she's changing clothes in the bedroom." Li Tianlan asked casually, "Do you know Yuetong?" The look in the fat man's eyes changed immediately. His smile became more warm and even a little servile. "No, I don't know her. I've also heard a lot about you." He rubbed his hands with a smile and said respectfully, "Tianlan, can I go in?" "Well, on behalf of Ice and Fire Special Operations Division, I invite you and Yuetong to join us. We will give you all the help we can. We are a senior agency affiliated with Huading Special Operations Bureau. The treatment is absolutely good. Can we go in and have a talk?" A senior agency affiliated with Special Operations Bureau? In this case, at least in the special warfare system of Huading, Flame, or whatever Huayan was in front of him could be regarded as a character. He was a very important character in Huading's special warfare system. Happy to be like this. Chapter 105. Li Tianlan never felt that he was the kind of fierce man who could make countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals bow to him with a shake of his body. He had no background, no strength, and no reputation. Why should others bow to him? Not everyone could be like great master Wu Wei, Xin Xuanzi, who could see that he had the appearance of a heavenly son. At least the greasy fat man in front of him was definitely not. Ice and Fire Special Operations Division. Li Tianlan thought about it carefully. He had never heard of this name. But since the other party could say that it was a senior agency affiliated with Huading's Special Operations Bureau, it must be about the same in terms of specification and scale. As the director of the Special Operations Bureau, Yin might not be important, but he was by no means a small role to be despised. What did such a person want to do by bowing to him so early in the morning? "Qingyan, pour some water." Li Tianlan welcomed Huiyan into the living room and said calmly. Yu Qingyan answered obediently, got 2 glasses of water, and put them on the tea table. Huiyan, who saw this scene, instinctively narrowed his eyes. His eyes flickered, and when he turned his head again, he had a sincere and awe-inspiring smile on his face. He took the initiative to bow to Li Tianlan and said softly, "I heard your name a few days ago, and I have always wanted to visit you. But I was afraid to disturb your private affairs, so I have a chance today. I hope you don't mind my presumptuousness." Li Tianlan was more and more surprised. Looking at the awe in Huiyan's eyes that did not seem to be fake, his expression remained unchanged, but his heart became more vigilant. If Huiyan was not born to be a wretch, then he must have something to ask of him. He picked up the glass of water on the tea table and said softly, "Director Hua, you are too serious." "Not all, not at all. What I said is true and from the bottom of my heart. If you don't mind, you can call me Fatty Hua." Yin shook his head repeatedly. He did seem to be in a hurry. His flattery seemed pleasant, but it was not up to standard. At least in the ears of Li Tianlan and Yu Qingyan, they both got goosebumps all over. "Who's here?" Wang Yuetong's clear voice sounded from the bedroom, directly interrupting Huiyan. The bedroom door opened, and Wang Yuetong, who had changed into a lavender shirt and white casual tights, walked out slowly with her head down and tidied her hair. Hui Yin raised his head subconsciously. His eyes lit up, but he quickly lowered his head. Li Tianlan's heart also jumped, and the appreciation in his eyes flashed away. Wang Yuedong was the kind of stunner whose every frown and smile was charming. In terms of grace, she might be a little worse than Qin Weibai, but in terms of appearance and figure, she was no worse than anyone else. Simple clothes made her look more attractive. The shirt and tight pants made her look delicate and capable, and at the same time, naturally showed the advantages of her figure. The scale of her chest and buttocks was not spectacular, but it had its own kind of extremely attractive, perky and plump. With a slender waist and long legs, such a little princess could give people a very different feeling every time she changed her clothes. She walked to Li Tianlan's side and sat down. She chuckled and said, "Help me with my hair. Senior brother, do you like my ponytail? Disperse." Li Tianlan smiled and reached out to tidy up Wang Yuedong's silky long hair. "You look good with it loose," he said. "Oh," Wang Yuetong said, and sat next to Li Tianlan. She casually glanced at Hui Yin and said softly, "It's you?" Yes, little princess, I'm Hui Yin." Hui Yin smiled and subconsciously bent his body. The fat on his waist was directly squeezed into a swimming ring, which looked a little funny. "You know each other?" Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes and finally found a trace of the reason why Hui Yin was so humble. "Yes, we had a little conflict." Wang Yuedong chuckled and said, "Director Hu was very tough at that time. He didn't even give face to second uncle. Actually, it was about the second time I came to Huading 3 years ago. That, Hui Yin had cold sweat on his head, but he didn't have time to wipe it. He let the sweat flow down his greasy face. Your Highness, it was a complete misunderstanding at that time. I came here today to ask for forgiveness. If Tianlan and Your Highness don't mind, I'm willing to give up the leadership of Ice and Fire Special Operations Division to you. Who wants a department-level special warfare agency?" Wang Yuedong pouted and said, "Department level." Li Tianlan glanced at Hui Yin and raised his eyebrows. Just now, this man said that their Special Operations Division was a high-level agency affiliated with Huading's Special Operations Bureau. What level was Huading's Special Operations Bureau? That was a governor-level special warfare agency, which was directly subordinate to Kunlun City. In the special warfare system, it was a warlord with real power. If the Ice and Fire Special Operations Division was a department-level agency, how thick-skinned did the fat man in front of him have to be to boast that his unit was a high-level agency of the Special Operations Bureau? A department-level special warfare agency was estimated to be at most a small hidden department hanging in Huading's Special Operations Bureau, with a dozen elites and dozens of staff. If it was a little worse, it could barely make up a complete establishment. In fact, it was not a small agency, but it was not the so-called high-level agency at all. Li Tianlan shook his head subconsciously and picked up the cup to drink in silence. Last night, when Wang Yuedong talked about this job fair, he had seriously thought about it. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for some Secret Service agencies to recruit fresh blood. For students, it was also a channel for them to get in touch with the dark world. If students made contributions, it would be counted on the Sky Academy internally, but it would be counted on the unit they were in. This would be of great benefit to them to fight for more funds for activities and even upgrade their level. These units would undoubtedly try their best to keep some real talents. Those who could enter the Sky Academy were naturally the best, and the talents in the Sky Academy were the real treasures in these general special warfare agencies. From the looks of it, the strength of a student's own strength and the strength of the unit they chose would largely determine their future. Competition had existed from the very beginning. Whether it was inside or outside the academy, the so-called fairness would always be relative. As for those who were powerful but did not have enough intelligence sources, how could they not be fooled by a character like Hui Yin? This was the main problem they had to face now. The voices outside were getting noisier. Li Tianlan listened quietly and could even feel some funny or sad farce taking place. Li Tianlan put the cup on the table and thought silently. He had completely ruled out Hoi Yan's ice and fire operations department. But even so, he still had a lot of choices left. The job fairs at the beginning of the school term of the two special warfare academies were always large-scale. Qualified people from the Border Praetorian Corps, the major theaters of Zhongzhou State, the special operations bureaus of various provinces, and some inferior agencies would squeeze in. There were also some small and low-level special warfare brigades and squadrons, as well as secret troops like the Shadow Sting Army, which only belonged to high-level leaders, and so on. Li Tianlan's realm was not high now, but in terms of combat capability, he would not be refused to join any of them. But now, what he wanted to go most was Huading's Special Operations Bureau. Gu Changjiang was dead. Yi Fengsheng was very likely to be promoted. At least the Wang family of Beihai and Kunlun City would have some big or small frictions around Huading's Special Operations Bureau. After all, people from the Wang family of Beihai were allowed into Kunlun City's territory. It was simply whimsical to want a peaceful transition, especially in the dark world with more direct and naked rules. And behind this series of frictions, Li Tianlan was very likely to see something he wanted to see. If there was such an opportunity, he really did not want to miss it. But Ice and Fire Special Operations Bureau, what could an agency at the divisional level see in an agency at the ministerial level? He silently lit a cigarette, deep in thought. Here's the thing, Tianlan. At present, Ice and Fire Special Operations Bureau is a little low-level, but we are a very important agency at the same level. And I can guarantee that as long as you two are willing to join us, Ice and Fire Special Operations Bureau will be upgraded to a Vice Department level agency in half a year at most. I'm very sincere this time. I'm ready. All right, Director Hua. Wang Yuetong smiled, looked at Li Tianlan's face, and softly interrupted Huyen. I know you are sincere, but unfortunately, your sincerity is not what we need. So I'm very sorry that we can't join Ice and Fire. I hope there will be a chance to cooperate next time. She stood up and directly ordered him to leave. As for the misunderstanding in the past, I have long forgotten it. Director Hua, you don't have to take it to heart. Let's go, I'll see you off. Huyen seemed to want to say something more, but Wang Yuetong said no more and went directly to the door. Obviously, she was going to force him to leave. Huyen stood up with a helpless and disappointed face. He calmly and fiercely looked at the little princess's perky buttocks wrapped in white tights. His eyes were hot. If he held it in his arms, he didn't know how ecstatic it would be. He looked at Li Tianlan, who was quietly drinking water, and felt even more indignant. Obviously, this was the man who could openly hold Wang Yuetong's hot and delicate body in his arms. Damn, this gigolo is too much. I put down my pride and invited you with kind words, but you still don't know what's good for you. If you hadn't slept with Wang Yuetong, it would be strange if I took the initiative to visit you. His smile remained unchanged, and he followed Wang Yuetong to the door. His heart was full of anger, but on the surface, he was more and more smiling. Wang Yuetong watched his figure disappear, then closed the door and walked back to the living room. This man is quite interesting, Li Tianlan said with a smile. He can still stay in this position after offending your second uncle. Is his backer very strong? Don't underestimate Huyen. Wang Yuetong shook her head. This man is not so simple. His code name is Flame, but in private, many people call him a mortal bird. Although he doesn't seem to have a temper, this man was also active in the front line of the special warfare system many years ago. He is good at intelligence and is one of the senior agents in Zhongzhou State. He can even be regarded as one of the best intelligence agents in Zhongzhou State. Although his strength is only in the fire-flaming realm, if he is not too secretive, he definitely has the capital to enter Kunlun City and become the confidant of Gu Changjiang or even Gu Xingyun. It's just that this man is too scheming, so it's hard to trust him. That's why he has been in a mediocre position in Huading's Special Operations Bureau for many years. Li Tianlan took out another cigarette, nodded, and said, "Go on." Wang Jinxiu picked up a lighter and lit the cigarette for Li Tianlan. She continued, "The reason why second uncle didn't touch him before was that he is really a talent and always wanted to take him in for his own use. He hinted several times, but the old fox didn't make a clear statement. You should be afraid of Gu Changjiang. Now he probably has confirmed Gu Changjiang's death and knows that I live with you. That's why he came to get close to me. Apart from other things, his ability to collect intelligence is very rare. I got the news that Kunlun City has basically confirmed Gu Changjiang's death. It said that Gu Xingyun has sent a task force down, but the position he left should be taken by Uncle Yi Fengcheng. Huiyin, the old fox, offended second uncle before and refused to show his allegiance to the Wang family of Beihai. After Uncle Yi takes over, how can he have a good time? That's why he came here eagerly. His purpose is to get close to us and win us over. I guess it's also his purpose to join the Wang family of Beihai. Li Tianlan took a deep drag on the cigarette and said after a while, So, Huiyin is a talent that your Wang family of Beihai needs? You didn't give him a friendly signal just now. What if he can't stand it and completely turns to Kunlun City? He doesn't have the guts. Wang Yuetong's tone was calm. When analyzing the situation, the little princess of the Wang family of Beihai showed an indescribable calmness. Uncle Yi is about to take over. What good end can he have if he turns to Kunlun City? But my attitude should make him give up on the promotion of the Ice and Fire Operation Division. This old fox has wanted his Operation Division to be promoted for a long time. When Gu Changjiang was here, he didn't trust him, so he didn't promote it. It's also impossible for him to promote it this time. Li Tianlan glanced at her and said with a chuckle, What? Aren't you going to win him over? Why do you still want to mess with him? It's not us, it's me. Wang Yuetong raised her small face and said calmly, In fact, I know what our family plans to let Huiyin do. If Huiyin is willing to submit, my father and second uncle will probably let him go to Jiangnan to check and balance Uncle Lu. Jiangnan society has developed rapidly in recent years and has become the largest civilian intelligence agency in the South. Uncle Lu may not be disloyal, but some things need balance after all. Huiyin is the most suitable. So if the Wang family uses him, even if he has to leave the Ice and Fire Operation Division, his means will be relatively mild. She took a deep look at Li Tianlan and said softly, But I plan to tell Uncle Yi to directly expel Huiyin from Huading's Special Operations Bureau. I plan to let you use this person. Li Tianlan's heart slightly moved. He raised his head and looked at Wang Yuetong. Wang Yuetong was also looking at him. Her beautiful eyes blinked with tenderness and expectation. Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes slightly and sorted out Wang Yuetong's words in his mind. Huiyin, was he one of the best intelligence agents in Zhongzhou State? The Wang family of Beihai needed Huiyin to check and balance Lu Shuanghua of Jiangnan society. If Huiyin was in his hands, wouldn't he be a wonderful chess piece to check and balance Lu Xiuyuan and even the entire Lu family in the curtain? Li Tianlan's eyes were deep. Since he came to Huading, his always quiet and gentle eyes began to shine with the brilliance of power for the first time. Wang Yuetong took 2 steps forward and directly sat in his arms before Li Tianlan could react. With a warm and soft body in his arms, Li Tianlan suddenly woke up. Instead of pushing Wang Yuetong away, he subconsciously reached out and hugged her. One hand fell on Wang Yuetong's waist instinctively, and then continued to move down and naturally pinched her buttocks. Perhaps it was because of the so-called sisterhood between Wang Yuetong and Qin Weibai, or some subtle changes in Wang Yuetong. Li Tianlan had intentionally or unintentionally relaxed his requirements for himself, and his desire for Wang Yuetong grew. He knew that he was changing and becoming more and more unable to control himself. But wasn't Wang Yuetong also changing? If he stood in her previous position, Wang Yuetong would not have such an attitude at this job fair, not to mention getting Huiyin out for him to use. She would have tried to pull him into a special warfare agency close to the Wang family of Beihai, and even tried to let him join the Wang family of Beihai. But now Wang Yuetong only said one sentence from beginning to end. I'll go wherever you go. Li Tianlan breathed quickly, feeling the amazing fullness and elasticity in his hands. His hands were almost out of control, and subconsciously he wanted to put them into Wang Yuetong's white tights. Wang Yuetong's body softened, and she held Li Tianlan's hands with a flushed face. Her eyes were like silk, and she said in a trembling voice, "Rogue, Qing Yin is still here." Ahem. Li Tianlan subconsciously loosened his hands, feeling a little embarrassed. I'm going to cook. Yu Qing Yin, who had been sitting next to him without saying a word like a transparent person, stood up and ran to the kitchen with a flushed face. Wang Yuedong's face became more and more rosy and attractive. When Yu Qing Yin's figure disappeared, she closed her eyes and whispered, "Now it's okay." Li Tianlan couldn't help laughing. He patted her butt and said, "Don't worry. What else did you want to say just now?" Encountering such an unromantic man, the little princess had nowhere to put her resentment. She glared at Li Tianlan and put her arms around his neck. After a moment of silence, she said faintly, "I want to say that you should think about some things in the future. Let's not talk about the future. Me, Qing Yin, Li Beitian, and Ning Qiansheng are all following you now. We'll go wherever you go. You may not know what this means, and maybe not everyone knows your potential. But because of Li Beitian and Ning Qiansheng, I'm afraid that there will soon be an endless stream of special warfare agencies inviting you to join. You have to think about how to choose. We'll listen to you." Li Beitian, Ning Qiansheng, Wang Yuetong, and Yu Qingyan, plus himself. 5 people. Vaguely, they had already formed the prototype of a special warfare team. Li Tianlan put his arms around Wang Yuedong. It was not until this moment that he suddenly realized that since he came to Huading, a small team had begun to operate around him. This team was very small, but no one could deny that their future was extremely bright. What was the next step for this small team? This was something that Li Tianlan needed to think about, and it was something that needed to be carefully considered. Li Tianlan took a deep breath and suddenly said, "That Huiyin, if you can use him, give him to me. I have great use for him. Don't worry, I'll go to Uncle Yi later. As long as you can control that old fox, he'll definitely be easy to use in the field of intelligence." Wang Yuetong sat in Li Tianlan's arms, nibbled his ear, and laughed softly. "Now you can use more than one chess piece. Li Beitian, Ning Qiansheng, you see them as brothers, and they're willing to be used by you. And Qingyan, well, and me and my sister, we're different from them. You can use us both in bed and out." Chapter 106. The next chapter will be published at noon after I finish writing it. I'll try to adjust the update time. I'll make up for the missing updates. The word brother-in-law was really soul-stirring and sentimental. It was like a heavy bomb in Li Tianlan's ears, which made him dizzy and his brain almost crashed. This was the first time that the little princess had blatantly seduced a man. Her face was flushed red and her entire body was boiling hot. However, because of her deep feelings, this kind of seduction, even though it was a bit jerky, there was a natural charm to it. Such a stunner already had the potential to bring calamity to the country and the people when she was still young. What would happen in a few years? Li Tianlan carried the little princess down from his body with a willpower comparable to that of Saint. Looking at her blushing cheeks, he resisted the desire to kiss her hard and said, "Let's go see Qing Yin. After dinner, we'll go down for a walk." "Do we still need to go down?" "Just wait for them to come. We are a team, and an excellent team. There are 3 of the top 10 experts of the younger generation." Although this title is somewhat exaggerated, just Li Beitian alone is enough to make people want to rope him in at all costs. Wang Yuetong glanced at Li Tianlan with some dissatisfaction. At the critical moment, senior brother, you will change the topic. Cliché. Li Tianlan coughed and did not refute, but continued, "Go." Wang Yuetong bit her pink and tender red lips, turned around, and walked to the bedroom with long legs. "What are you doing in the bedroom?" Li Tianlan was puzzled. "Don't you go to help Qing Yin?" Wang Yuetong turned around and glared at Li Tianlan. Her face became redder and redder. She said grumpily, "Do you want to come in and see what I'm doing?" Li Tianlan was just about to say something when suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He suddenly understood and said with a dry smile, "Then I'll go to the kitchen and have a look." Wang Yuedong looked at Li Tianlan quietly. After more than 10 seconds, she chuckled and walked back to Li Tianlan's side, looking down at him. Li Tianlan, who had experienced Qin Weibai's tenderness and amorous feelings more than once, was no longer a naive virgin. After a little thought, he knew what Wang Yuedong was going to do in the bedroom. He subconsciously tilted his head and said calmly, "Go ahead. Don't you feel uncomfortable like that?" "Senior brother, I like the way you act like a hooligan with a straight face." Wang Yuetong giggled and sat in his arms again. She wrapped her arms around his neck and looked at him seriously with her big eyes. Li Tianlan looked at her quietly. From the little princess's eyes, he could clearly see her tenderness and affection, as well as happiness and shyness, as well as a trace of well-hidden uneasiness. Such beautiful eyes, such a complicated expression. He had seen too much, but he did not see regret or hesitation. "Senior brother, don't make me wait too long." Wang Yuedong looked at Li Tianlan and said softly. She paused and then continued, "I am a little scared." Li Tianlan's heart trembled for no reason. What did the word fear mean? Li Tianlan knew it, but he didn't know. Maybe it was the attitude of the Wang family of Beihai, or the indifference after the sword light disappeared, or both, or it could be something else. "Am I very pretentious?" Li Tianlan suddenly asked in a soft tone. "No." Wang Yuetong sat on his lap and subconsciously massaged Li Tianlan's head with a pair of small hands around his neck. She chuckled and said, "Now you have the intention, but not the guts. You have been dishonest for a long time, but you are hesitant. You are wretched and cute." Wretched? The muscles in the corners of Li Tianlan's eyes twitched fiercely. He suddenly got up and stood up with Wang Yuetong in his arms. "What are you doing?" Wang Yuedong subconsciously hugged Li Tianlan tightly and exclaimed, "I'll help you change." Li Tianlan's tone was calm. He didn't want to leave a wretched impression in Wang Yuedong's heart, even if it was cute. In front of the girl who liked him, he must prove that he not only had the intention, but also the guts. Being held in Li Tianlan's arms, Wang Yuetong struggled instinctively. After struggling to no avail, she simply put more strength around his neck. Li Tianlan could even clearly hear her increasingly rapid heartbeat. However, Wang Yuetong still showed a sweet smile on the surface. Although her face was red and hot, her tone was still enchanting and charming. "I'm a princess, brother-in-law. Have you thought about it?" She gently bit Li Tianlan's ear and giggled. Li Tianlan's blood was boiling inside. He quickly rushed into the bedroom, closed the door with his foot, and said righteously, "Go forward with indomitable will." There was a knock on the door. Li Tianlan called Qin Yin to open the door and directly threw the little princess in his arms onto the bed. Yu Qin Yin answered obediently and walked out to open the security door. Suddenly, she was slightly stunned. A middle-aged woman, who looked about 40 years old and had an ordinary figure, stood at the door. Looking at Yu Qin Yin, who was in a daze, she nodded and said softly, "Is Li Tianlan here?" The woman's skin was slightly rough, and her appearance was decent. However, a scar that ran from the center of her eyebrows to the bridge of her nose made her look more ferocious. She was not tall, and she wore a military uniform. A golden star shone on her shoulder, giving her a dignified and powerful aura. Unlike Huiyin, who came to visit before, this woman was a major general. She looked at Yu Qin Yin, who was in a daze, and continued, "I'm the captain of the Thunder Special Forces Brigade, codenamed 3i. I'm here to visit Li Tianlan and invite his team to join the Thunder Squad." Her words were also very polite, but also very calm, without the slightest intention of groveling. "Ah, please come in." Yu Qin Yin finally reacted and subconsciously looked at the scar between the woman's eyebrows. Thinking of her codename, Yu Qin Yin was lost in thought. If you didn't pay attention to the scar, it would look like a slender and gloomy eye. "General, please sit down. I'll call brotherly." Yu Qin Yin poured a glass of water for 3i and went straight to the bedroom. As soon as she arrived at the door, she heard a laugh full of love coming from the bedroom. Wang Yuedong's voice seemed to be very different from before, becoming sweet and coy. It was a tone that made people blush, but it was not delicate and pretentious. It seemed natural. Don't touch, senior brother. Your hands are dirty. Yu Qingyan blushed and subconsciously peeked at Three Eye, sitting in the living room. Three Eye didn't know if she heard the sound in the bedroom, but she just whispered, "I can wait." Yu Qingyan was innocent and did not know how to deal with this female general. Hearing the sound in the bedroom, she only felt ashamed. She hurriedly said, "I'll go to the kitchen," and hurriedly ran to the bedroom. Three Eye just held the teacup calmly, not arrogant or impatient. However, Li Tianlan didn't let her wait too long. In less than 5 minutes, he pushed the door open and came out. Looking at the general sitting in the living room, he was obviously stunned and seemed to be at a loss, his mind full of the tenderness and charm of the little princess. "Hello, Tianlan, I'm Three Eye." The female general stood up and took the initiative to reach out her hand. She was a standard soldier, straightforward. Before Li Tianlan spoke, she took the initiative to say, "I want to invite you and your team to join the Thunder." "Hello." Li Tianlan shook hands with her calmly, pointed to the sofa, and said with a gentle smile, "General, please sit down." Three Eyes sat back on the sofa and continued, "We've got in touch with Ning Qiansheng and Li Beitian. In principle, they don't object to joining the Thunder, but it's mainly up to you. Tianlan, the invitation of the Thunder is very sincere. In order to invite you, I even postponed a very important meeting today. I sincerely hope we can cooperate happily." Li Tianlan didn't show any modesty or gratitude. Sitting on the sofa, he looked quieter and quieter. He just smiled and said softly, "The Thunder." He only said half of what he wanted to say and then stopped. Three Eye felt a little helpless. Although she supported their first contact, she knew that Li Tianlan was definitely not the kind of person who was easy to talk to, judging from his unarrogant and impatient manner. Unlike Li Beitian, who was careless, and Ning Qiansheng, who was straightforward, this young man, who seemed to have the lowest realm in the team, but the strongest combat strength, was shrouded in clouds and mist. If they didn't deal with him carefully, they might not be able to take him down. The Thunder is a senior agency affiliated with the Huading Special Operations Bureau. Three Eye spoke softly, and the first sentence sounded familiar to Li Tianlan. However, he was not so absurd as to regard the other party as a liar. In a place like the Sky Academy, military rank was the most important thing. A major general standing here and saying that her troop was a senior agency of the Huading Special Operations Bureau was absolutely true. Li Tianlan nodded calmly and continued to wait for her to continue. "The Thunder Troop is an agency at the level of deputy governor, but we have the authority to read and inquire about documents at the level of governor. Our headquarters is in the Huading Special Operations Bureau, and our branches are all over Huading. I'm a captain of the Thunder Special Forces Brigade and the nominal position of deputy director in the Special Operations Bureau. Although I'm not in charge, the Special Operations Bureau basically can't control the Thunder. It used to be so, and it will be so in the future." She paused and continued with a smile. "Generally speaking, I have the final say in the Thunder Special Forces Brigade, the nominal deputy director of the Huading Special Operations Bureau, an agency at the level of deputy governor. With such a position, the seemingly inconspicuous Three Eye in front of him was at least a master who had just entered the thunder-shocking realm. A light flashed in his eyes, but he still didn't make a clear statement. His target had always been the Huading Special Operations Bureau. Now, the Thunder Special Forces Brigade seemed to be more in line with his requirements. They were both agencies within the Huading Special Operations Bureau, but they had great independence. Not only could they observe some things in the Special Operations Bureau, but they wouldn't have too many external constraints. It was simply the perfect place. Here's the thing. Before I came, I communicated with Headmaster Zhuang Huayang. We have a general understanding of some of the outstanding freshmen this year. I think you and your team are among the freshmen with the greatest potential. If you're willing to join us, Tianlan, I can give you the best treatment." Three Eyes' tone was still calm, but was firm, which gave birth to a trace of extraordinary appeal. "The best treatment? For example?" Li Tianlan asked as he took out a cigarette but didn't light it. a brand new department-level agency. You can choose your own office staff, and we can also arrange it for you. The office address, the name of the agency, and the personnel power will be in your hands. If you perform well in the Sky Academy and can help us to a certain extent, the Thunder will also pave the way for you in the outside world. If Tianlan wants to develop in Huading, Wuyue, and Jiangzhou in the future, we can provide a lot of help. 3i said seriously. Li Tianlan's expression finally became serious. This condition was indeed extremely generous, and only such a large agency at the level of deputy governor could give him. An agency where he could freely choose the office address, the name of the agency, and control the personnel power. To put it bluntly, it was a foundation in the outside world, and a foundation that could be developed slowly. Li Tianlan had no room to refuse such a condition. A department-level agency. It sounded a little low, but this was the limit that the Thunder could give him. Higher agencies at the deputy department level needed the consent of the Huading Special Operations Bureau and reported to Kunlun City. The current department level was neither too high nor too low, which was just right for Li Tianlan. Moreover, a department-level agency that could be dedicated and even named itself was, in a way, even more attractive than a deputy department-level agency. Such an agency, Li Tianlan narrowed his eyes. When you are in the Sky Academy, your agency only needs to report directly to me. 3i said seriously. As for after graduation from the Sky Academy, if Li Tianlan got the first place, then such an agency would only accept the leadership of Kunlun City and Zhongzhou State from then on. And it could be foreseen that if 3i was willing to give him support, his agency would definitely have a great space for development in the next 3 years. No matter how Li Tianlan thought about it, he felt that he had no reason to refuse. Such a condition is really generous. Li Tianlan hid his inner thoughts and looked at the female general in front of him with a smile. Your potential is worth such an investment from the Thunder. And if you achieve something in the future, I also hope that you can remember the help the Thunder has given you. Today, our relationship is that of a boss and a subordinate. Maybe tomorrow, we will be friends, and further. She gave a rare smile and said, maybe you will be my leader. I agree to join the Thunder in principle. Li Tianlan looked at her seriously for a while and finally nodded to show his attitude, but he did not say anything definite. But I need to discuss it with my companions. Okay. 3i took out a business card and put it on the tea table. She stood up and reached out to Li Tianlan, saying, you can report to me at any time. You are welcome. Li Tianlan reached out and shook 3i's hand with a little more strength. Tianlan, what's the name of your agency? Haven't you thought about it? 3i suddenly asked. Not yet. Li Tianlan was stunned. But I will give you an answer as soon as possible. The heroic-looking female general in military uniform nodded, turned around, and left. Li Tianlan saw her off and returned to the living room. Wang Yuetong, with a ruddy face, had walked out of the bedroom and was looking at the business card left by 3i seriously. This agency is good. Seeing Li Tianlan coming over, Wang Yuetong smiled and raised the business card in her hand. Although it belongs to the Special Operations Bureau in the Special Warfare System, the Thunder is basically neutral. 3i is also very famous in the Special Warfare System of Huading. Senior brother, do you want to join them? I have this idea. Li Tianlan took the business card and looked at it. The treatment they offer is very good. It's a brand new agency at the divisional level. The office address, agency name, and personnel rights can all be given to me. I have no reason to refuse such good conditions. Ah, this woman has good taste. She's going to pay a lot. Wang Yuedong sat beside Li Tianlan with a smile and looked at him without blinking her big eyes. Senior brother, haven't you thought about the name of our agency in the future? Li Tianlan shook his head and was about to speak when his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket with a video ringtone. It was Qin Weibai's video call. Li Tianlan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to press the answer button. After a slight delay, Qin Weibai's beautiful face, which had always fascinated him, appeared directly on the screen. Her face was still pale, but her complexion seemed to have improved a lot. What are you doing? Qin Weibai looked at the screen and chuckled. In the dormitory. I just saw off a guest. Li Tianlan said with a smile. Where are you? Qin Weibai opened her mouth and looked at Wang Yuetong, who came over. She chuckled and said, I'm at sea with my sister. I miss you, so I made a video call to tell you that I'm safe. Is there a job fair in the Sky Academy now? Have you decided which one to go to? With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to go anywhere. Yes, Li Tianlan said softly. Let's go to the Thunder. They offer very good conditions. He suddenly thought of something and subconsciously said with a smile, Is the Palace Master with you? The Thunder is willing to give me a brand new agency at the divisional level. I can specify the office location and name it myself. I don't know if the Palace Master would like me to give this small agency a name. On the screen, Qin Weibai was stunned for a moment, and her bright eyes were in a trance. Self-naming? Li Tianlan said, The master of Samsara Palace went straight to Mount Dibbing for him. He could never forget this kindness. Without that set of immortality potion, how could he be where he was now? Such kindness was equivalent to giving him a new lease on life. The most important foundation in his life was about to be established. Li Tianlan hoped that the master of Samsara Palace could name his foundation, which was also a way for him to express his gratitude. Qin Weibai was silent for a moment, and the camera suddenly turned. A tall and slightly chubby woman in a black cloak appeared on the screen. She seemed to be standing in front of the window, looking outside, motionless. Li Tianlan knew who she was without asking. He stood up directly and said solemnly, Tianlan pays respect to the Palace Master. Thank you for saving my life, Palace Master. On the screen, the Master of Samsara Palace turned around slightly. The cloak on her head moved, and she seemed to nod. Sister, Tianlan wants to name his agency. Do you have any good suggestions? Outside the screen, Qin Weibai's soft voice sounded. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.